Chapter 32-49. A beautiful romance. A meridian opening kill at the blood-changing realm, and one at the 5 changes at that. Seeing this with his own eyes, he still doubted his own eyes. Housekeeper Mu and Feng Ruoxian hadn't said anything before because they didn't want to disturb Ling Han. A single distraction in a fierce battle could be fatal. Now that the battle was over, the two of them couldn't say a single word. Humph humph humph. The little pink pig ran back and spat at Ling Han's feet. Daring to use Uncle Pig as a shield. Daring to smash Uncle Pig like a brick. Spitting you to death, you bastard. Little pig, don't be rude to the young master. Huanxue hurriedly ran over and picked up the little pink pig. Ling Han smiled and said, "If you spit at me again, I'll immediately turn you into a roasted suckling pig." The little pink pig didn't back down at all and continued to spit at Ling Han. Who was afraid of who? Ling Han, I really have to thank you this time, said Housekeeper Mu. His face was full of emotion. Who would have thought that he, a mighty extreme bone realm practitioner, would need the help of a meridian opening realm practitioner? Ling Han smiled and said, thankfully, Butler Mu had gifted me a movement technique. Otherwise, I would only have been able to watch as Hu Can fled just now. Feng Ruoxian, on the other hand, looked at Ling Han curiously. Although she had seen Ling Han before and had a certain impression of him, she had been a high and mighty little princess at that time, and her curiosity towards Ling Han had only lasted for a fleeting moment. But now, she was truly shocked. Ling Han's battle record was too glorious. Killing someone at the 5 changes at the meridian opening realm was enough to shake the entire Xianbei country. Housekeeper Mu, what do you think next? Asked Ling Han. Housekeeper Mu thought about it and said, we have to get in touch with the capital as soon as possible. Ling Han nodded and said, then let's go to the next city. Eldest Miss can use the AI to get in touch. Housekeeper Mu also happens to be recovering. Okay. The 5 of them set off. Steward Mu was carried on Sun Jinfang's back. There weren't many cities in Xianbei country. It couldn't be helped. When the previous civilization fell, more than 99% of the humans were killed by monsters. However, Xianbei country was especially large, so the distance between cities was very far. Each city ruled over a very large area. Along the way, they talked about the cause of the beast tide. In theory, even if the black-green flag often went deep into the mountains to sweep, they could only ensure that there were no strong demonic beasts in the surrounding areas of the cities. For a place like the Thousand Lotus Mountain, how could they send a large army to sweep it? Therefore, there were conditions for a beast tide to break out, but it was hard to imagine that it would be as terrifying as this time. Why it was impossible for a beast tide to break out for no reason. Was there some huge change in the deep mountains, or was there some other reason? Ling Han was also puzzled. Although he knew a little about the situation, he really couldn't think of any reason why the mysterious force would want to massacre Hidden Tiger City. Wait a minute. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Back then, the demonic beast of the Thousand Lotus Mountain had massacred the surrounding villages. That was why the 7th squad was sent to kill it. The results proved that it wasn't an accident that the mysterious force let the demonic beast escape, but a deliberate action. Feeding on people? If this wasn't wrong, then could it be that this beast tide was actually a hunt? Using the entire Hidden Tiger City as prey for the spiritual-type demonic beasts to kill and eat? Hiss. Ling Han's fists involuntarily clenched. If this was really the case, then this mysterious force was too crazy. He knew that spiritual-type demonic beasts could produce blood divine crystals, and that the mysterious force valued this very much. Then it made sense that the other party's goal was the blood divine crystals. Goo! The sound of the little pink pig interrupted Ling Han's thoughts. Its face was gloomy and hurt. Because it was fickle, it took a fancy to Feng Ruoxian and wanted to throw itself into her embrace. However, its appearance, which could charm thousands of girls, was completely useless in front of Feng Ruoxian. It was mercilessly rejected. Feng Ruoxian hid far away. She had mysophobia, and no matter how cute and clean the little pink pig looked, she felt disgusted whenever she thought of it crawling on the ground with its 4 hooves. Furthermore, this fellow was even spitting. What if it spat on her? So even you have times where you fail. Ling Han laughed as he picked up the pig. Humph, the perverted pig snorted at him, expressing its disdain. Ling Han laughed heartily. He now felt that this pig was actually quite useful. If he could modify it a little, for example making it less lazy, then it would be even more useful. For example, exploring some ancient ruins. In any case, the defenses were unbreakable, so it could charge around as it pleased. After a dozen or so days, they finally arrived at an intact small town. Although they had passed by a few villages and towns before, they had all been destroyed by the beast tide. That was because these villages and towns were in the path of the demonic beasts, so they were unlucky. Here, they rented a car and set off towards Jining City. Jining City was the closest city to Crouching Tiger City. It had been established 50 years ago, but it had only been built 20 years ago. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to expand one's territory. With a car, they didn't need to rely on their own 2 legs, so it was naturally much easier. This was especially true for Feng Ruoxian. Although she also cultivated, she usually lived like a princess. Walking for half a day was still a novelty for her, but traveling every day was truly unbearable for her. After another dozen or so days, they arrived at Jining City. There was nothing they could do about it, the road was just too difficult. Jining City was a new city with only 50 years of history. It had both ancient and modern characteristics. Looking down from above, they could see the 100-story buildings, as well as ancient stone and wood buildings. Ling Han and the others drove into the city and first found a hotel to stay in. As long as they connected to the photon computer, they could directly transfer money. They didn't need to bring money with them at all. This was undoubtedly a very convenient thing. Feng Ruoxian immediately contacted the capital. Very quickly, she received a reply. They told her to stay in Jining City for a few days, and the capital would send an airship to pick her up. The group settled down peacefully. Ling Han sent housekeeper Mu to the hospital for an operation, while he refined a few healing medicinal pills. Once the housekeeper's operation was over, he had him consume them. Among these medicinal pills, Ling Han had also added the 600-year yellow stalk. This was an extremely nourishing item, and it was the most helpful for housekeeper Mu's injuries. If it was someone else, Ling Han wouldn't have dared to use such a strong medicinal pill, afraid that his body wouldn't be able to take it. But housekeeper Mu was a peak bone expert, and he was completely capable of withstanding it. Just like that, a dozen or so days passed. As expected, an airship landed in Jining City. The city lord, Yue, personally brought over an envoy from the capital. Ruoxian, you've come to Jining City, but you actually didn't come to my house. Are you not treating me as an uncle? Yue said as soon as he entered. Chapter 3250. Feng Ruoxian said she wouldn't dare. She bowed to Yue and said, Ruoxian greets Uncle Yu. Sigh, I heard about your father. Yue sighed. Brother Zixing sacrificed himself for the people of the city. He should be our role model. Feng Ruoxian thanked him, but she naturally hoped that her father was still alive. How could being recognized as a martyr and a pillar of the country be more useful than a living person? Come, this is Captain Gu from the capital. Yue changed the topic and pointed to a young man beside him. Captain Gu is here to welcome Ruoxian back to the capital. Your humble servant Gu Xiangming greets Miss Ruoxian. The young man cupped his hands at Feng Ruoxian and bowed slightly. He wore a set of silver armor and looked rather handsome and valiant. Captain Yu. Feng Ruoxian returned the greeting. With Feng Zixing's passing, she became an orphan girl from a feudal official's family. Naturally, she couldn't put on airs. Gu Xiangming didn't dare to slight her. He heard that a few princes were interested in this beauty, but Feng Zisheng kept wavering. He wanted to marry Feng Ruoxian to the one most likely to inherit the throne. Otherwise, she would have become a princess long ago. Moreover, Feng Zisheng sacrificed himself for the country. When the emperor comes out of seclusion, he would definitely praise him. If he dared to be rude to Feng Ruoxian, he would suffer. Yue stayed behind to say a bunch of polite words. If Feng Ruoxian had any difficulties, she didn't need to be courteous with him. After a while, he said he had matters to attend to in the city and left. Miss Ruoxian, let's return to the capital as soon as possible. Gu Xiangming suggested, since such a big thing happened in Hidden Tiger City, the heaven-traversing marshal has personally led the army to quell the beast riot. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder ordered me to escort Ruoxian back to the capital safely as soon as possible. Feng Ruoxian nodded and said, sorry to trouble you, Captain Xiang. It's my duty. Gu Xiangming appeared very polite. In reality, he was a captain of the Imperial Guards. Although his rank wasn't high, he was a close official of the emperor. Moreover, he was at the third blood transformation, but he was only 23 years old this year. It could be said that he had achieved success at a young age, which made him even more arrogant. Firstly, Feng Ruoxian was a beauty. Secondly, her identity was special. That was why he was so polite. Ruoxian, get ready. Feng Ruoxian said again. Gu Xiangming nodded and sat down. Feng Ruoxian entered the house. She would definitely bring housekeeper Mu along with her to the capital. Not mentioning anything else, an extreme bone stage expert would at least allow her to have a foothold in the capital. She wouldn't have to worry about being wronged or having no one to complain to. Ling Han was completely unperturbed. He had always been thinking about how to break through to the blood transformation realm, but he seemed to be stuck. It had already been a month, but he still hadn't advanced an inch. However, at this moment, he was actually communicating with the Empress and the others in the inner plane. Although he could only wave once to indicate no, and twice to indicate yes. Meanwhile, Huan Shui stood behind Ling Han with the little pink pig in her arms, dutifully doing what a maidservant should do. As for Sun Jianfang, he went shopping, saying that he wanted to broaden his horizons. Gu Xiangming glanced over and saw that Ling Han was sitting upright like a mountain. He had no intention of greeting him at all. He revealed a look of displeasure. He was the captain of the Imperial Guards and a young expert at the third blood transformation. How dare you put on airs in front of me? You really don't know the rules. He said coldly. There's a guest, and you don't know how to serve tea. His face was full of arrogance, wishing he could point his nose at the sky. This was his true face. Huan Shui was a little worried. She had heard the conversation earlier. This young man seemed to have come from the capital. He had a very powerful background. She immediately wanted to put down the little perverted pig and go to make tea for Gu Xiangming. However, before she could move, she saw Ling Han suddenly open his eyes. And who are you? Ling Han asked, looking straight at him coldly. Gu Xiangming immediately stood up. This small fry actually dared to speak rudely to him. How dare you? You even dare to humiliate me, he said in a sinister tone. Huh, you want to order my maidservant around the moment you come up? Where did you get the courage? Ling Han retorted. Gu Xiangming snorted and said, oh, can't I order you around? Ling Han ignored him and treated him as if he didn't exist. Gu Xiangming was infuriated by such indifference. Who would dare to show him any disrespect? There were, but he was definitely not a nobody in a small city at the border. I don't believe it. Gu Xiangming looked at Ling Han and said, I want you to serve me tea personally. Ling Han chuckled and said, you sure know how to dream. Why not? Gu Xiangming sneered. I'll make you do it willingly. He stared at Ling Han. His blood qi surged out and transformed into a white tiger. It revealed a murderous aura and let out a silent roar at Ling Han. One of the characteristics of the blood transformation realm was that their blood chi was too powerful and terrifying. It could form an overwhelming pressure, a little like a mental attack, but different. Ling Han was fearless. He had mid-level spiritual power, so this kind of murderous aura attack was nothing to him. However, he was not the kind of person who was willing to be at a disadvantage. He immediately activated his telekinesis and counterattacked. There was no such thing as distance when it came to spiritual power. This attack arrived as soon as it was said, and it crashed into the white tiger. Boom, the white tiger immediately collapsed. The murderous aura of the third transformation was no match for mid-level spiritual power. After all, this was only the embryonic form of a mental attack and not real telekinesis. Ugh! Gu Xiangming could not help but cover his head. The impact of the telekinesis gave him a splitting headache. In terms of strength, even mid-level telekinesis could at most lift the weight of a few books. However, how fragile was the human brain? The skull could be extremely hard, but what about the brain? After being hit by the telekinesis, one's head naturally felt like it was about to explode. Humph, so you're a spiritual power cultivator. No wonder you're so arrogant. Gu Xiangming shook his right hand, and a ray of white light moved between his wrist, blocking Ling Han's mental attack. This should be a celestial artifact. Gu Xiangming snorted again and said, spiritual power cultivators do have the right to be arrogant. They can become alchemy masters or array masters, but you're at most a low-level telekinesis. You're still trash in front of me. Ling Han was surprised. You're a guy who doesn't understand spiritual power at all. You don't even know what level my spiritual power is, and yet you dare to talk nonsense? Where does your courage come from? Where does your sense of superiority come from? Gu Xiangming strode towards Ling Han. He had already used a celestial artifact to block Ling Han's mental attack. In his impression, spiritual power cultivators had extremely low martial strength, and he could suppress them with just a wave of his hand. However, at this moment, the bedroom door opened, and Feng Ruoxian and butler Mu walked out. Gu Xiangming frowned slightly, but stopped in his tracks. Chapter 3252. Ling Han was shocked. Yan Jun really had a long life. Even if he was a formation genius, he was still only at the illuminating pulse realm, and he still managed to escape. There was no justice in this world. But that was good. He could deal with it personally. Ling Han no longer paid attention to Yan Jun. He had not taken Yan Jun seriously before, and he would not take him to heart now. He discovered that basically all the ultimate Bone Realm clans had people who had escaped. Not all, that was impossible, but there were at least a dozen. On the contrary, the number of blood transformation realm clans that had escaped was much smaller. For example, in order to send Tuoba Tianhuang out, the Tuoba family had even lost 2 blood transformation realm cultivators. Precisely because of this, Ling Han found it strange how Yan Jun had managed to escape. The formation and alchemy associations were almost completely wiped out. Ling Han discovered that Yan Jun was the only one who had survived. Alchemists were weak in battle, and those at the same cultivation level were terrible to look at. So, it was not strange that the Alchemy Association had been completely wiped out. But that group of people from the formation path should be slightly stronger, and yet none of them had managed to escape. Not knowing how old man Niu was, Ling Han was a little worried. He did not have much feelings for others, but he was still somewhat grateful to old man Niu. And Mo Guahao, he actually did not manage to escape. Ling Han shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. All in all, Hidden Tiger City was really tragic this time. Out of a total population of more than 400,000, only 100 people had escaped alive. This matter naturally shocked the court and caused a huge uproar. But Ling Han believed that they should not be able to find out that it had anything to do with that mysterious faction. Alright, let's put the focus on myself first. Ling Han had always been thinking about why he had not broken through to the blood transformation realm, and he gradually had an idea. If it were an ordinary person, let alone a month, even 10 years would not be a rush, because the step from the illuminating pulse realm to the blood transformation realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But Ling Han's expectations of himself were too high, and he also had a strong desire for power. In these few days, he did not cultivate, but was deep in thought. He speculated that the reason he hadn't broken through wasn't because his perception wasn't good enough, but because his physique wasn't up to par. There were a few times when he was clearly able to take that step, but because of some misgivings in his heart, he stopped. What I pursue is the strongest. Therefore, when I feel that I still have some flaws in my heart, it will turn into an inner demon at a critical moment, like breaking through, preventing me from taking that step. There's only one way to get rid of your inner demons, and that's to make yourself perfect. I want to improve my physique. Ling Han restarted his research on the indestructible heavens scroll. Previously, he already had some clues, and after some careful pondering, he already had a perfect idea. Refining the body requires a lot of materials. I've created a medicinal bath that can strengthen the skin, muscles, and bones. He immediately went to the pharmacy to buy the ingredients. This was concocted by combining the indestructible heavens scroll with the medicinal ingredients here. There were a few medicinal ingredients that were shockingly expensive, and one tael would be worth 100,000 Xianbei coins. Although Ling Han had earned some money later on, he could only concoct a few sets. I still have to continue earning money. Ling Han bought a few sets of ingredients and almost used up all the money he had, causing him to shake his head, feeling that he was so poor. He returned to the hotel and began to concoct the ingredients for the medicinal bath. This didn't need to be concocted, and only needed to be boiled. However, the time required was even longer. After more than 4 hours, a black pot was finally cooked, and the smell was extremely pungent. Ling Han poured the medicinal bath into the bathtub, and without waiting for it to cool down, immediately sat down. The hotter it was, the better the tempering effect would be. He circulated the improved version of the indestructible heaven scroll, absorbing the energy in the medicinal bath to strengthen his skin. Flesh and blood still wouldn't do, but that was a matter for the future. As he continued to absorb the essence in the medicinal bath, the water became clearer and clearer from its original black color. After 3 hours, there was only a faint gray color left, and the pungent smell had completely disappeared. My skin has become much tougher. Ling Han nodded, and used a small knife to lightly cut his skin. However, the skin only slightly sunk, and didn't break open. Only when he forcefully stabbed did the tip of the knife sink in, and a spot of blood appeared. The first time tempering the body was the best, because it was practically starting from zero, so the improvement was obviously great. Unfortunately, just like alchemical pills couldn't be taken continuously, tempering the body was the same, because the medicinal dregs would seep into the skin, and needed time to naturally expel them, which was far longer than taking them orally. For example, secret power pills could be taken once a day, but medicinal baths could only be taken once every 3 days. Unless there's a natural treasure that doesn't have any side effects and can be taken continuously. Ling Han sighed. Don't think blindly, and just concoct pills to earn money. Even if he could only take a medicinal bath once every 3 days, the ingredients in his hands wouldn't last him too many times. Young master, young master. Huan Shui hurriedly ran in. Of course, she was definitely still carrying that perverted pig in her arms. What's the matter? Ling Han asked. He had Huan Shui walk around the city more often to scout for information. Look. Huan Shui handed over a piece of paper. Ling Han took it and looked. On it was written that the Emperor Capital Academy would start accepting applications today, and the selection would begin 10 days later. Emperor Capital Academy, what the hell was this? Young master, the Emperor Capital Academy is the most powerful academy in the entire Xianbei country. The little maid had obviously inquired about it. She explained, in the past, the Emperor Capital Academy only accepted noble students. This is the first time they've made an exception and enrolled students from the outside. Also, the selection is to enter an ancient formation to find the Red Cloud Stone. This is a sacred item for tempering the body, and it's extremely precious. Apparently, this is the will of the Saint Emperor. In the future, he might even go to the academy to personally instruct them. Red Cloud Stone, sacred medicine for tempering the body. Ling Han's eyes immediately lit up. Did he really get what he lacked? He turned on his optical computer and searched for information related to the Red Cloud Stone. This was indeed a sacred item for tempering the body. It didn't need to be used in medicine, and as long as it was placed next to the flesh, the mysterious power in the stone would automatically enter the body and strengthen the vitality of the cells, achieving the effect of tempering the body. It was said that one of the 4 great marshals, General King Kong, obtained a piece of Red Cloud Stone as tall as a person at the beginning of the world's upheaval. He slept on it every day and finally cultivated an invincible body. However, this kind of opportunity only existed at the beginning of the upheaval. The probability of finding the Red Cloud Stone now was extremely low, and it was also extremely dangerous. Ling Han revealed a look of surprise. If he could obtain enough Red Cloud Stones, then he would be able to complete the first stage of tempering the body and break through to the blood transformation realm. Had his luck attribute shown its power? Let's go register. He immediately set off with Huanxue. After leaving the hotel, he directly called for a car, saving time and effort. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Emperor Capital Academy. The entire Emperor Capital was in the shape of a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, and the Emperor Capital Academy was right on its front right claw. The academy was very big, and it was surrounded by white walls. One could clearly see the light of the formation flickering. This meant that if one tried to force their way in, not only would they not be able to enter, they would also very likely die. Ling Han got off the car and couldn't help but grimace. This place was really crowded. Chapter 3253. Emperor Capital Academy was opened to the public for the first time, and it immediately caused a surge in applications. One had to know that His Majesty the Sacred Emperor would occasionally come to the academy to teach. Being able to see His Majesty the Sacred Emperor was a huge motivation for everyone. Especially in the imperial capital, the worship of the Sacred Emperor had reached a fanatical level. They all called him Sacred Emperor instead of His Majesty. Just queue up obediently. Luckily, under the Emperor's feet, no one dared to act recklessly and disobey the rules. Also, the descendants of the rich and powerful didn't need to rush this opportunity. Emperor Capital Academy was originally open to them. Ling Han queued for 3 hours before it was his and Huanxue's turn. Fingerprint. The person in charge of registration nodded towards Ling Han. Ling Han pressed his thumb on a glass panel, and immediately, his identity information was displayed on the optical computer. "Oh, you're a survivor of Hidden Tiger City," the person in charge said in surprise. Ling Han nodded. Age 18, cultivation 12 meridians. The person read the information and quickly finished his work. "All right, come back in 10 days for the selection." Ling Han nodded and changed to Huanxue. Age 19, cultivation 11 meridians. The person did his job. "Oh, you're also from Hidden Tiger City?" Soon, Huanxue's registration was completed. There were conditions for the registration. One had to be under 30, and their cultivation had to be at least 10 meridians. However, if they were at the blood transformation realm, they didn't need to participate in the selection and could directly become a disciple of the academy. I wonder if Flag Master Lien is here. With her age and cultivation, she should be able to enter the academy directly. But this way, I won't be able to fight for the Red Cloud Stone. Ling Han and Huanxue left and returned to the hotel. After Sun Jianfeng returned, Ling Han told him that he was going to enter Emperor Capital Academy. The old sect master said that he was about to find a job and planned to move out of the hotel after a while. For the next few days, Ling Han concocted pills every day. He couldn't just sit around and eat. In addition, he would temper his body once every 3 days. His physique was steadily improving. The indestructible Heaven Scroll had a special characteristic. and that was that the effects of body refining were limited by one's cultivation level. In fact, the majority of cultivation techniques were like this. Thus, as long as one cultivated it to the point where there was no more room for improvement, it would mean that one had reached the pinnacle of the illuminating meridian tier, and Ling Han would be able to dispel his inner demons and attempt to break through to the blood transformation tier. 10 days passed by quickly, and Ling Han had a large number of pills in his hands. He was just waiting for the selection to be over before going to the pharmacy to sell them. He brought the little servant girl to the Imperial Capital Academy again, pressed his fingerprint to enter the academy, and then gathered with countless people in the square. There were at least 50 to 60,000 people here. At a glance, the place was densely packed with human heads. I heard that only 100 people will be selected this time. What? Only 100? 100 is so little. We have at least tens of thousands of people here. That's one out of a few hundred people. Many people were screened out during the registration process. Otherwise, there would be more people. So difficult. Not necessarily. I heard that the selection this time is to search for red cloud stones. When the time comes, the 100 people who find the most red cloud stones will directly win. So, if you find a red cloud stone and immediately hide until the selection is over, you might be able to win. Hee, if I can get a red cloud stone, then even if I can't enter the academy, it'll be worth it. Everyone was discussing the selection this time. Ling Han didn't need to deliberately ask around to understand clearly. He yawned, appearing very listless. In terms of battle prowess alone, even an elite of the 5 changes had been killed by him. In the illuminating meridian tier, would he still have a match? Of course, there were other conditions for killing who can, but his battle prowess was at least on par with a 4 changes cultivator. This was without a doubt. So, he really couldn't raise his spirits. Later, he would only be bullying others. Suddenly, there was a great commotion in the crowd. What's going on? Someone asked from the side. Hong Tianliang is here. Someone answered. Which Hong Tianliang? Someone else asked. Idiot, how many people are there in the imperial capital? Hong Tianliang is obviously that person's younger brother. Hiss. Hong Tianliang still needs to participate in the selection? That's right, he's senior grand tutor Hong's second grandson. He can directly enter the academy. You don't understand. He's here for the red cloud stone, otherwise he would definitely have broken through to the blood transformation realm. It's over, it's over. Now there's going to be one less spot. Nonsense. Although Hong Tianliang isn't as monstrous as that person, it's said that he opened all the hidden meridians in his body to use the red cloud stone to refine his body and then break through to the blood transformation realm. That means that even if he fails this time, he can still enter the academy after breaking through to the blood transformation realm? Of course. Moreover, with senior grand tutor Hong's power, can't he send Hong Tianliang into the academy? Not to mention anything else, just because he's that person's younger brother, entering the academy will naturally be a piece of cake. Sigh, he's really lucky. Everyone sighed. They were both in their 20s, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Ling Han was also a little curious. There was indeed someone in the imperial capital who had also opened the 8 extraordinary meridians. Furthermore, from what everyone was saying, Hong Tianliang's older brother seemed to be even more amazing. Like the stars surrounding the moon, a young man walked over from afar. As long as he came close, the people in front would automatically open up a path for him. Hong Tianliang was a very handsome young man, but he was also incomparably arrogant and condescending. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. No one was unconvinced. Just because he was senior grand tutor Hong's grandson, who dared to provoke him? More importantly, he had an extremely monstrous older brother. Even the Saint Emperor clicked his tongue in praise and personally commented, "Heavenly genius." Hong Tianliang strode over and stopped at the very front of the group. He stood alone, as if he didn't want to be in the same group as anyone else. After this little episode, there were no more sensational events. At around 10 in the morning, someone in charge of the academy came out and announced the details of the selection this time. The basic situation was what those people had discussed before. The time limit was 10 days. During these 10 days, food and lodging had to be carried out in the formation. During this time, prospective students were allowed to fight with each other. The winner could take the red cloud gem of the loser, but they couldn't intentionally injure or kill anyone. Otherwise, not only would they lose the right to enter the academy, but they would also be severely punished by the Empire's laws. Alright, let's begin. The formation opened, and a door appeared, flickering with a faint light. Everyone filed in. Many of them had the intention of snatching a red cloud gem and then hiding for 10 days. Thus, once they rushed in, they immediately used their movement techniques and quickly disappeared into the distance. When Ling Han entered the formation, it was already 10 minutes later. He sized it up. The Imperial Capital Academy was located at the right claw of the dragon. If one looked further, it would be high mountains and lofty ridges. Thus, this formation was also in the middle of the mountains. At a glance, it was like entering a primitive forest. Want to find a small red cloud gem here? Difficult. Chapter 3254. There should be some sort of hint. Ling Han thought. Otherwise, even if there were 60 to 70,000 people, and even if he had 10 days, it was possible that only a few people would find the red cloud gem. He had no intention of finding the red cloud gem himself. Instead, he had long since made preparations to rob them. Since this is a formation, I'll come and study it. Ling Han walked around casually, but up until now, he still hadn't discovered anything special about the formation. Everything was as normal as usual. Ah! A cry of surprise came from ahead. The forest rustled, and very soon, he saw 8 people running over in an extremely sorry state. Then, he saw a fierce tiger appear. It was 15 feet long, and its size was extremely shocking. The speed of this ferocious tiger was extremely fast, and very soon, it caught up with the last person. It lowered its head and bit him, then with a fling, shwa, that person was thrown out. Pang, he heavily crashed into a tree, and the tree was directly broken in half. Shwa, it caught up with another person. This time, it waved its paw, and that person was instantly sent flying. He also crashed into a tree before stopping, moaning in pain. From the looks of it, even his arms seemed to be broken. They had not even begun to search for the red cloud gem, and they had already thrown away their helmets and armor. Ling Han saw clearly that this fierce tiger's strength should have surpassed 12 meridians, but had not reached 13 meridians. To the majority, this was indeed an incredibly terrifying existence. However, if 2 or 3 12 meridians joined forces, they should be able to deal with it. But these people only cared about running for their lives, and only wanted to escape from the tiger's mouth. In that case, they could only let this fierce tiger wreak havoc. Very soon, the 8 people became 5. When they reached Ling Han, there were only 2 people left. They rushed past Ling Han as if they were running for their lives. They did not want to participate in this selection anymore. They only wanted to escape. The fierce tiger rushed over, and Ling Han bore the brunt. Ong! The fierce tiger roared angrily, and swiped at Ling Han with its paw. Boom! A giant paw descended from the sky. Young master. Seeing that Ling Han did not dodge, Summon Snow hurriedly cried out. Goo! The little pink pig squealed. It was thrown out by Summon Snow, and drew an arc in the air. Summon Snow charged over and blasted a palm at the giant claw. Ling Han shook his head. Huanxue was no match for this fierce tiger. Although her progress was very fast and she already had 11 meridians, Huanxue was no match for this fierce tiger. He clenched his fist and punched upwards. The force reached the speed of sound, and a series of sonic booms rang out, turning into a very obvious fist imprint. Although it was launched later, it arrived first and blasted onto the giant claw. Peng, the ferocious tiger immediately exploded. How terrifying was the strength of 1,000,000 jin. Ling Han discovered that although the tiger had exploded, its flesh and blood did not splatter everywhere. Instead, it transformed into a flash of light and disappeared, and a red stone fell from the sky. Red marble. As it turned out, the red cloud stone could be hidden in the body of a ferocious beast, and the ferocious tiger was actually a manifestation of a formation, not a real entity. Interesting, the red cloud gem might be in the grass and trees. Ling Han put away the crimson cloud stone and immediately began to absorb the stone's essence. He discovered that if he allowed the red cloud gem to act on its own, then the effect would only be 1. But after he circulated the indestructible heaven scroll, the effect would increase to 10, which was a shocking increase. Comfortable. Ling Han could feel that his cells were strengthening. This could not be seen from the outside, but the change was real. Little pig, Huan Shui finally remembered that in a moment of desperation, she had actually abandoned the little perverted pig. She hurriedly ran over to pick it up. The little perverted pig humphed. It was very angry. It had actually been abandoned by someone. This was practically a great humiliation to it. It was so cute, so who could bear to abandon it? Although it was picked up by Huan Shui, it was still throwing a tantrum and was very stubborn. However, after Huan Shui pressed onto its chest, its so-called dignity was immediately tossed beyond the highest heavens, and it began to freely enjoy itself. Ling Han advanced, while the little female attendant hurriedly followed behind. The two of them climbed over a tall mountain, and a lake appeared in front of them. It was very large, but it was still very far away from them. Looking at it from afar, the lake was like a mirror. "Let's rest by the lake tonight," Ling Han said. They had brought dry rations, but did not bring water. Huan Shui naturally would not object, and only nodded repeatedly. They walked, and a wild boar appeared. This wild boar's physique was relatively normal, but it was very ferocious. After discovering the two of them, it immediately charged at them. This really was just an ordinary wild boar. Ling Han casually blasted out a wave of force, and this wild boar died and fell to the ground. We'll have pork for dinner tonight," he said. Humph, humph. The little pink pig was very angry. This person actually dared to say that he wanted to eat pork in front of him. This was too audacious. "If you have the guts, then don't eat it," Ling Han said to the little pink pig. The little pink pig was proud. It was a pig with principles. The two of them continued forward. Some of the wild beasts that appeared here were illusions formed by formations, but some were real. However, whether they were real or fake, it was impossible to tell unless they fought. When they climbed over the mountain and arrived at the foot of the mountain, before they had even walked out of the dense forest, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind them. Ling Han turned his head to look, and saw a young man coming from behind. He looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, and he was slightly handsome. Seeing Ling Han look over, this young man smiled at Ling Han, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. His speed was very fast, and he quickly overtook the young man. Just as he was about to leave the dense forest, he heard a bang, and his whole body sank into the ground. What was going on? Ling Han was shocked. There was actually a trap there. A large pit that was about 4 to 5 feet deep had been dug out, and it was extremely steep. If it were an ordinary person, they could only be trapped in there and wait for rescue. However, if it was a martial artist, even if they could not jump out, the strength of their hands was terrifying, and they could forcibly punch a hole in the wall of the pit and slowly climb up. However, since someone had dug a pit here, it would definitely not be limited to this. Shio. 3 young men flew down from the tree and stood beside the pit. Hey, what is the meaning of this? The young man in the pit asked. Hand over the red cloud stone, and we'll let you out, a young man in black said from above. I just came in, where did the red cloud stone come from? The young man below said. You haven't even grown any hair, and you still want to lie to your uncle C? The young man in black snorted. Haven't grown any hair? The young man below did something that made people spit out rice. He undid his belt, and then took off his pants and underwear to his knees. Then, he said proudly, "Look, have you grown any hair?" Immediately, the three young men above were petrified. How could there be such a person? Ling Han was also speechless. What was this young man's brain made of? The young man pulled up his pants and shouted, "Hurry up and apologize to me." Apologize for what? Just because I said that you actually have hair? Crazy. The three young men above all shook their heads. They felt that there was something wrong with this young man's brain, and it was better not to waste time on him. Chapter 32:56. What was going on? Ling Han activated his mystic power and formed a shield. The waves crashed into him, but he was naturally completely unharmed. Call Snow was far inferior. Her mystic power was not as strong, so she could only retreat and dodge. Guqiling, on the other hand, also used his mystic power to block the waves. Only the little pink pig was unable to dodge or block. It was directly hit by the waves and was directly sent flying. Its body was also wet. It was enraged, and it began to squawk at the lake. Boom, the surface of the lake split open, and a huge creature appeared. This was a huge snake. It was impossible to tell how long it was, but just the part that emerged from the water was several dozen meters long, and it was as thick as a well. Just its size was enough to make people shiver. There were demonic beasts in the lake. Was this the real deal, or was it created by a formation? I'll fight. Guqiling laughed loudly, and broke into a run towards the center of the lake. Pa, he stepped on the surface of the water, but he actually did not sink. This was because his speed was too fast. Just a little bit of tension on the surface of the water was enough to allow him to run without sinking. He had not yet reached the speed of sound, but the difference was not too great. This brat, perhaps he had already opened all 20 meridians. Guqiling arrived, and his fist punched towards the huge snake. The huge snake did not dodge. It directly twisted its huge body to meet the punch, using its body as a huge club, and swung towards Guqiling. Pang! With a loud sound, Guqiling was instantly sent flying. Pooh! He fell into the water. Without running at high speed, the water was naturally unable to support his weight. Ling Han's eyes lit up. This huge snake was actually in the blood transformation realm, and it was definitely not just at the first change. No matter what, it had to be at the second change. The huge snake coiled its body, and once again attacked Guqiling. Guqiling stretched out his hand and slapped the surface of the water. Pang! He immediately broke out of the water. He once again used high speed, madly sprinting on the surface of the water, waiting for an opportunity to find the huge snake's weakness. He had to run. Otherwise, if he was in the water, his movements would be too restricted. The giant snake chased after him, spitting out its red tongue and making a hissing sound that made people feel like they were in the wilderness. Although Guqiling was a bit of a straight person, he wasn't stupid in battle. He knew that his strength was inferior, and he was on the opponent's home ground, so he didn't have the slightest intention of fighting head-on. Unable to catch up, the giant snake suddenly twisted its body. Boom! The entire surface of the lake instantly began to boil, forming huge waves. Guqiling's body swayed unsteadily, and the waves in the lake caused his body to sway unsteadily as well. He almost lost his balance. After all, this was not land. The giant snake took this opportunity to charge over. Peng! Guqiling could only take it head-on, and was once again sent flying. "Little brother go, let me do it," Ling Han said with a smile as he stood up. "Little brother." Guqiling looked at the space between his legs. "We haven't even compared, so how do you know that I must be little brother?" Obviously, his brain circuit was wrong again. Ling Han charged over. He also stepped on the surface of the water as if he was walking on flat ground. Soon, he met the giant snake head-on and punched out. Demonic monkey fist, 20 stacked layers of strength. Ling Han didn't want to waste time on a demonic beast. A single punch would do. The giant snake was fearless, and charged at Ling Han. Ping, a heavy sound rang out, and the giant snake's huge body was sent flying. And at the place where the punch landed, a bloody hole the size of a wash basin had shockingly appeared. It was just a single strike, and its tough body was penetrated by Ling Han. However, the giant snake was too big, and this was not a vital point, so it wasn't killed in a single strike. Ling Han caught up. Paw, paw, paw. He ran on the snake's body, arrived at the snake's head, and landed a punch. Such a huge snake, where could he find its weak point? So, he directly exploded its head. The punch landed, and the giant snake's head was instantly blasted apart, turning into a ball of blood rain. It had originally bounced upwards, but the force of this punch was directed downwards. The two forces acted on the snake's body at the same time, and with a paw, the giant snake instantly broke in the middle. Ling Han's figure shot forward, and he quickly returned to the shore. An explosion rang out, kicking up huge waves. Guqiuling looked at him in a daze, and then he lowered his head to look at the space between his legs. He muttered, "If he's so badass, then he really might be bigger than me." Ling Han naturally heard this, and his mouth twitched. This youth's way of thinking was truly different from ordinary people. "From today onwards, you are my big brother," said Guqiuling with an incomparably serious expression. Ling Han couldn't help laughing. "If everyone you can't beat calls you big brother, then how many big brothers would you have?" Guqiuling seriously thought about it and said, "Only someone of the same realm and who can defeat me can be my big brother." Yes, he was quite principled. Ling Han pointed at the giant snake in the lake. "Then you clean it up. A blood transformation realm demonic snake definitely has quite a few good things on it." "Yes, big brother." Guqiuling's reply was very clear. He immediately jumped into the lake and dragged the giant snake out. If it had been Huanxue, she wouldn't have had such strength. "This is a real snake that lives here. Maybe there's some kind of treasure in the lake," muttered Ling Han. He immediately jumped into the lake and began to search carefully. The lake was very large, but Ling Han was very patient. In any case, he had 10 days, and he didn't want to search for the Red Cloud Stone himself. So he could use the last 1 or 2 days to carry out his robbery plan. If he held his breath now, he could maintain it for nearly half an hour. In addition, his swimming speed in the water was not slow, so half an hour was enough for him to search 1/3 of the area. In theory, he only needed to come up to the surface to breathe twice. Half an hour later, he came to the surface and took a deep breath. But he didn't find anything. He once again entered the lake and searched. After a while, he finally found something. There was a green stone at the bottom of the lake. There was actually a plant growing in a crack. It only bore a single fruit, and this fruit was actually a green gourd. Gourd. Ling Han swam over and reached out to touch the gourd. It was just a light touch. Pa, the gourd actually fell from the vine. Seeing that the gourd was about to float to the surface, Ling Han quickly reached out and grabbed the gourd. What was this thing? Could it be eaten? Ling Han thought about it and decided to go ashore first. He didn't need to study it underwater. He came to the surface and came ashore, but he saw 7 people lying on the ground. Seeing that we killed the giant snake, they wanted to intervene and rob the Red Cloud Stone, Guqiuling explained. But, there's no Red Cloud Stone, Huanxue said quickly. Ling Han nodded. Real demonic beasts shouldn't have the Red Cloud Stone. Otherwise, the effect would have long been absorbed by the demonic beasts. He sat down and began to study this green gourd. He always felt that this gourd shouldn't be simple. From the outside, he couldn't see the slightest difference. Ling Han probed with his divine sense and couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Inside the gourd, there was actually another space. Although it wasn't big, its length, width, and height were only about 3 meters. This was a spatial magic tool. Chapter 3257. A good story. Spatial magic tool. It's actually a spatial magic tool. Ling Han had always wanted a spatial magic tool, and he had looked it up on the optical computer. Yes, there was such a thing as a spatial magic tool, but the price had already been pushed up to a few hundred million Xianbei dollars. More importantly, there had never been a record of it being sold. Simply put, no one was selling it. Modern people didn't even know how to make normal magic tools, let alone spatial magic tools. Therefore, spatial magic tools could only be passed down from the previous civilization, but most of the historical sites of the previous civilization were under the protection of formations. There were pitifully few that could be developed. Therefore, it was difficult to obtain magic tools, and even more difficult to obtain spatial magic tools. Ling Han had already given up hope, and planned to wait until he was a little stronger before considering this problem. He didn't expect it to appear on its own. Spatial magic tools actually grew. Ling Han had a strange expression. This was different from the origin world's spatial magic tools. Not to mention the fact that they were much smaller. Most of them would be made into rings or necklaces for easy carrying. If he carried a gourd when he went out in the future, would people mistake him for a drunkard? Luckily, this gourd wasn't big, only half a foot tall. He could easily hold it with one hand, and just hang it on his waist. The Emperor Capital Academy definitely didn't know that there was a gourd vine growing at the bottom of the lake, and that it had produced a gourd with a spatial attribute. Otherwise, they would have plucked it long ago. Profited big time. Ling Han's expression didn't change, but his heart was wild with joy. This trip to the academy, even if he didn't obtain too many red cloud stones, it was already worth it. But, how should a spatial magic tool be used? He plucked a leaf, wrapped it with his divine sense, and then communicated with the gourd. With a whoosh, the leaf disappeared. If he used his divine sense to scan it, he would find that it was in the space of the gourd. The usage was actually the same. Now, he didn't have to carry a huge bag like a thief when he went out in the future. The only problem was that the space wasn't big enough. It was only the size of a small house. He felt a little regretful. If those people with spatial magic tools knew about this, they would probably jump out and point at his nose, scolding him for being greedy. One had to know that the existing spatial magic tools only had three-dimensional space of about a foot. In comparison, the space of the green gourd was 1,000 times bigger. What did people use spatial magic tools to store? Precious pills, peerless ingredients. How much space would that require? But Ling Han's first move was a nature-defying existence like the Black Tower. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire lower realm could actually be contained in it. So, there would be no harm if there was no comparison. They rested by the lake. After the night passed, Carl Snow woke up early in the morning to roast meat. After the three of them were full, Guqiuling bid farewell to them and set off on his own. Ling Han asked Huanxue to take out all the valuables from the bag and put them all into the green gourd. "Young master, this is amazing." Huanxue's eyes widened in amazement. Even the pig revealed a strange expression and kept looking at Ling Han. There were pitifully few innate spatial artifacts, and they were not just simple containers. They also had many special abilities. Even in the previous civilization, very few people had the opportunity to obtain such a treasure. It was no exaggeration to say that if this gourd appeared in the previous civilization, it would definitely attract some old monsters to fight for it. But now, the Emperor Capital Academy obviously had it, but did not find a single one, allowing Ling Han to take advantage of it. Hiss, this brat's luck was too good. The little pink pig spread its limbs and hugged the green gourd tightly, looking like it was going to be Lord Pig from now on. Ling Han had a thought. Could he put this perverted pig inside? He used his thought to wrap it inside, but surprisingly discovered that this perverted pig's body had a kind of power that rebounded his divine sense. Huh! How many secrets did this pig hide? Ling Han decided to try other living creatures, but he obviously couldn't use Call Snow as an experiment. Thus, he walked slowly, and soon found a rabbit in the dense forest. He chased after it and caught it, but he didn't expect it to be formed by a formation. With a pang, it turned into light and shadow and disappeared, replaced by a red stone. Red Cloud Stone. Ling Han's expression was strange. He didn't look for it deliberately, and the red cloud stone just appeared in front of him. Did his luck attribute explode? Young master is really lucky, the little servant girl said, clapping her hands. The little pig tilted its head and looked at Ling Han. This was like a heavenly treasure taking the initiative to throw at Ling Han. Could this brat be the legendary person favored by the heavens? If that was really the case, then he had to properly curry favor with him. Ling Han continued forward. After a while, he finally encountered a wild wolf that hadn't evolved into a demonic beast. Ling Han grabbed it by the neck and lifted it up. It was like a little puppy, unable to resist. With a thought, "Shio," the wild wolf disappeared. It was sucked into the green gourd. The wild wolf didn't die and went berserk in the space of the gourd. Suddenly entering a dark and sealed environment, it naturally couldn't control itself. Ling Han threw in some wild boar meat. He wanted to see if living creatures could survive in the space of the gourd. After doing this, he ignored it. After Ling Han and the servant girl left, they saw a figure suddenly rush over. This was a young man with his hands behind his back. He clearly wasn't old, but he had an intimidating aura. Hong Tianliang, it should be here. According to the information I obtained from the literature of the previous civilization, there should be a vitality-nourishing gourd vine here. Calculating the time, it should have produced a gourd long ago, he murmured. This gourd not only has a space of its own inside, but it can also nourish the body. It's too amazing for words. This is my great fortune. Once I obtain it, I finally have the hope of surpassing that person. When speaking of that person, his face revealed an incomparably complicated expression. There was envy, jealousy, worship, and hatred. Whoosh! He leaped into the large lake and began to search. After more than an hour, Hong Tianliang surfaced, his face full of malice. He found the green stone and the gourd vine, but he didn't find a gourd hanging on it. What was going on? Could it be that someone had beaten him to it and snatched away the fortune that belonged to him? If it was something else, he might have smiled and left confidently. But this time, he definitely couldn't. The vitality-nourishing gourd was related to whether or not he could surpass that person. This was a shadow that had been pressing down on him ever since he could remember, even though that person was also his closest brother. He went ashore, and very quickly discovered the remains of the giant snake on the other side of the lake. There were also 7 other people lying unconscious on the ground. Guqiuling was really ruthless. It had already been a night, but these 7 people still hadn't woken up. Humph. Hong Tianliang snorted lightly, emitting a terrifying aura. Instantly, the 7 people opened their eyes at the same time, filled with fear. Chapter 3258. Second Young Master Hong. When they saw Hong Tianliang, the 7 of them hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully. Hong Tianliang was a prodigy of martial art to begin with, and his future achievements were limitless. Furthermore, his grandfather was the imperial tutor of the current dynasty, and had a high status and authority. Of course, what was most revered was that person's younger brother. Hong Tianliang nodded slowly and said, "You were knocked unconscious by someone. He's only 16 or 17 years old, but he's very, very strong." The 7 of them hastily replied. Being stared at by Hong Tianliang made them feel as if they were being stared at by an ancient beast, causing them to feel as if their guts were about to burst out. This kind of feeling was too depressing, and it would leave a psychological scar. "Oh, there's also a woman. She's a little older," someone added. Hong Tianliang took a deep breath and said, "Describe their appearance to me." "Yes, yes." After the 7 of them described Gu Qiuling and Huan Shue's appearance, Hong Tianliang turned on his photon computer and said, "Help me investigate 2 people." He described Gu Qiuling and Huan Shue's appearance and clothing. Logically speaking, optical computers were not allowed during the competition. This was also considered cheating, but who asked him to be Hong Tianliang? After a while, a reply came from the other side. Hong Tianliang projected 2 photos. "Is it them?" The 7 people were all astonished. They found the person so quickly. This method was too heaven-defying. "Yes, that's them. Gu Qiuling." Hong Tianliang looked through Gu Qiuling's information. He completely ignored Summon Snow. This was just an 11 meridian minor character. There was no way he could have killed this huge snake. Although the important parts have been cut off, from the remnant aura, I can still determine that this is a blood transformation demonic beast. Even if Gu Qiuling had opened all his hidden meridians, his strength would at most be 400,000 pounds. Therefore, this should be a first blood transformation demonic beast. Ordinary meridian opening experts naturally can't provoke a blood transformation demonic beast. So that Yuan Fuan gourd was definitely taken by him. I have to find him before he figures out the purpose of the gourd and retrieve the treasure. Otherwise, if the news leaks, it will bring me great trouble. He then contacted the people outside to locate Gu Qiuling's location. Everyone thinks that I suppressed my cultivation for the sake of obtaining the red cloud stone, so I didn't make a breakthrough and insisted on participating in this selection. But they don't know that although I want the red cloud stone, the spirit-nourishing gourd is what I really care about. No one can take away what I, Hong Tianliang, have set my eyes on. He showed a hint of ruthlessness. At this time, the optical supercomputer also reported back. Hong Tianliang immediately leaped up and rushed in Gu Qiuling's direction. Summon Snow was naturally ignored by him again. Ling Han and Huan Shui walked aimlessly. Since they were looking for the red cloud stone, it didn't matter where they went. Perhaps they would run into some heavenly treasure if their luck was off the charts. Needless to say, Ling Han definitely carried a strong halo of hatred. No matter where he went, he would get into trouble, whether he was willing or not, whether he took the initiative or not. But now, the halo of hatred must have been deeply hidden, replaced by the attribute of his luck. That was because in less than half a day's time, all kinds of demonic beasts had lunged at them, and were easily killed by Ling Han with one punch. Later it was proven that this was all derived from the formation, and contributed to him quite a few red cloud stones. This was definitely an explosion of luck. Xiao, another mountain leopard, lunged over, but its strength was only at 10 meridians, just enough to release its force. With a wave of its right front paw, a wave of force swept over. Summon Snow met it with a battle cry. Peng, peng, peng. After dozens of moves, the mountain leopard was killed, turning into broken shadows. Another red cloud stone descended from the sky. "Young master, for you." She picked up the red cloud stone and handed it to Ling Han. If others saw this, they would definitely weep bitterly, because too many people didn't have the slightest gain after entering, unlike Ling Han and the others, who had red cloud stones delivered themselves. Ling Han shook his head. "Take this one yourself. Take a few more after this. I estimate that 5 or 6 will be enough for you to enter the top 100. Young master, can Summon Snow also enter the academy?" Summon Snow asked in surprise. Ling Han smiled. "If you don't enter the academy, I'll have to spend money to find a place for you to stay." Of course, this was a joke. "Thank you, young master, thank you, young master." Summon Snow nodded incessantly. "Wait." Just as Summon Snow was about to put away the red cloud stone, a loud shout rang out, and a young man flew over. Summon Snow started. "I'm putting away the thing young master gave me, what are you shouting for? Hand over the red cloud stone." The young man said coldly. He looked to be about 24 or 25 years old, and had a confident expression. Summon Snow subconsciously tightened her grip on the red cloud stone and repeatedly shook her head. This belongs to young master, I can't give it to you. The young man looked at Ling Han and couldn't help but sneer. What dog's hit young master is this? You dare act all high and mighty in front of me? Who are you? Summon Snow was furious. She couldn't tolerate anyone being disrespectful to her young master. I'm Han San. The young man gave himself a thumbs up. Han San. The little maid was at a loss. Of course she hadn't heard of this name before. Han San was both angry and anxious. You've actually never heard of my name? Go ask around in the Fuling district. Who doesn't know of my fame? You sound like a hoodlum, Ling Han said to Summon Snow. Oh. Summon Snow nodded. Who's a hoodlum? Who's a hoodlum? Han San jumped up. He was the trump card of the Iron Bowl dojo. He had only been in the dojo for 5 years, but he had already become the eldest senior brother. If he entered the Imperial Academy this time, he would be even more awesome. You're the master, right? You dare look down on me? Han San charged at Ling Han. Those who had come to participate in the selection, apart from the pretentious Hong Tianliang, meant that everyone else was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. Boom, he struck out with his palm. An ordinary 12 meridian would at most have 120,000 gene of strength. Of course, this was actually not bad among 12 meridians. This was more like it. If he met someone who had opened all his hidden meridians, wouldn't it be too chaotic? Ling Han extended a finger and pressed it towards the other. Peng, Han San was instantly sent flying, and directly knocked unconscious. Search him and see if he has any red cloud stones on him, Ling Han said. Yes, young master. Summon Snow hurriedly searched his body. Very quickly, her eyes lit up. Young master, there is. A red cloud stone appeared in her hand. Ling Han nodded and said, okay, put it away. Summon Snow carefully put away the red cloud stone. She knew that her young master really needed this kind of thing. Therefore, she was only keeping it for her young master. Once she obtained the right to enter the Imperial Academy, she would return the red cloud stone to Ling Han. The more people who give away money, the better, Ling Han murmured. However, this caused Han San, who had just woken up, to immediately faint from anger again. Chapter 3260. Ling Han discovered that the power of heaven and earth in the green gourd was decreasing rapidly. It wasn't inexhaustible. A night passed, and the two exited the gourd. Because they were under a tree, they almost tripped and fell. Let's find a more flat place next time. Ling Han hung the green gourd on his waist and continued to wander the mountains with Huan Shui. His good luck attribute continued to work. It seemed like the formations here would go crazy when they encountered him and create beasts to attack him. In the end, they only produced pieces of red cloud rocks. Ling Han could clearly feel that his body was rapidly strengthening. Previously, because he didn't have a spatial artifact, he didn't bring the ingredients for the medicinal bath. After obtaining the green gourd, he regretted it. He shouldn't have been afraid of trouble and brought everything in. Now that he had more and more red cloud rocks, he didn't dwell on this anymore. He believed that after he digested all these red cloud rocks, his body would be able to reach the limits of the illuminating pulse realm. After walking for a day, they didn't encounter a single real beast, so there was nothing to eat. Huan Shui volunteered to continue hunting. Ling Han thought about it and nodded in agreement. This little servant girl should gradually develop her own independence. He couldn't always rely on her. He started a campfire. With the spatial artifact, he could bring all kinds of spices and wouldn't have to worry about food being tasteless. Not long after, he saw a person flying over from afar. He was very fast. When he first saw him, he was just a black dot, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. It was a tall and slender young man. He was quite handsome. It was Hong Tianliang. Hong Tianliang was very anxious now. He searched for an entire day but couldn't find Huan Shui or that young man. He had no choice but to use his photon computer to contact the outside world and ask someone to help him locate them again. Although the other party did it for him, it meant that this was the last time. When the message came, Hong Tianliang was stunned. The other party was actually behind him. He quickly ran back, feeling very anxious. It had already been more than a day. Could that person have figured out how to use the essence nurturing gourd and even found out that it had more powerful uses outside of the spatial artifact? Xiao, Hong Tianliang hurriedly stopped. He glanced at Ling Han, then used his hollow brain to project a picture. Have you seen this woman before? Hey, isn't this called Snow? Ling Han was astonished. Why was the other party looking for Huan Shui? Could it be that he had taken a look at her in the crowd and liked her? That was impossible. It wasn't that Ling Han was looking down on Huan Shui, but she was the second grandson of Grand Tutor Hong. Her talent in martial art was also quite monstrous. Ling Han felt that with his current status and identity, his maidservant wasn't worthy of Hong Tianliang's attention. Furthermore, calling Snow wasn't an exquisite beauty like the Empress, who was so beautiful that she could make one's head spin. Then why did the other party look for Huan Shui? I'm asking you a question. What are you staring at? Hong Tianliang said with dissatisfaction. Although he had participated in this test, the truth was that he did not take any of the prospective students seriously. In his eyes, these people were not worthy of being his opponents, and were not worthy of being his classmates in the future. His goal was only the origin nurturing gourd, and he could take some red cloud stones along the way. Taking a step back, red cloud stones were priceless to the general public, but as the grandson of Grand Tutor Hong, it was the same. After all, these red cloud stones weren't very pure, and could not compare to the ones that the Vajra general had obtained. Ling Han sighed. He really didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble, but who asked the other party to be so arrogant? He couldn't tolerate this. Hee, this is the attitude you use when asking questions, he said indifferently. Hong Tianliang couldn't help but be stunned. Was this brat insulting him? There was actually someone who dared to oppose him? Fresh. In reality, he wasn't an unreasonable person. As the grandson of Grand Tutor Hong, his upbringing was definitely top-notch. It was just that he stood too high, and he was always flattered by others, so it was inevitable that he had developed some bad habits. His expression became serious, and he said, "Sorry, I was too impatient." Ling Han was a bit surprised that the other party would actually apologize. It seemed that he could still be saved. He nodded and said, "The apology is accepted. You can leave now." Oh. Hong Tianliang nodded and strode forward, but after a few steps, he suddenly realized something. That wasn't right. Wasn't he asking the other party a question? Why was he leaving after apologizing? Realizing that something was wrong, Hong Tianliang suddenly turned around. His gaze swept past, and he saw the green gourd that was tied to Ling Han's waist. Although he hadn't seen the real vitality-nourishing gourd, he was focused on looking for it, so he instinctively thought in that direction. "You're called Snow's companion," he said loudly. He couldn't be sure that this was a lie to Ling Han. Ling Han could have denied it, but what was he afraid of? Wrong, not companion. "She's my servant," he said indifferently. "So you're the one who killed the lake demon snake?" Hong Tianliang pointed at Ling Han. Ling Han frowned slightly. Why did the other party mention this? Was this snake raised by his family? What does it have to do with you? Ling Han asked. Hong Tianliang revealed a smile. Of course, he was now sure that the gourd tied to Ling Han's waist was the vitality-nourishing gourd that he had been searching for. Very good, he finally found it. "Hand over the gourd," he said indifferently. Ling Han had thought that the other party was strange. He was actually looking for Call Snow. Now that the other party said this, he could connect the dots. The other party's goal was the green gourd, but he couldn't find it in the lake, so he asked the 7 people lying by the lake. Because the 7 people had only seen Call Snow and Guchioling, the person Hong Tianliang was looking for became Call Snow. He smiled and said, "Why?" "Because if you don't give it to me, I'll beat you until you give it to me willingly," Hong Tianliang said confidently. When it came to martial arts strength, other than his brother who was so monstrous that he shouldn't exist in the world, he didn't think that anyone in the same cultivation level could compare to him. Ling Han laughed loudly. Shouldn't this kind of threat come from him? Alright, let's fight. He hooked his finger. Hong Tianliang didn't attack immediately. He just pretended to be pretentious and said, "Why bother? Give me the gourd now, and I can still be friends with you. Otherwise, you'll lose this favor and get beaten up. Has anyone told you that you'll get struck by lightning if you act pretentious?" Ling Han reminded him kindly. "Those are just weaklings with no strength," Hong Tianliang said indifferently. He was still acting pretentious. Ling Han smiled and said, "Why don't we make a bet? If I lose, this gourd will belong to you." Hong Tianliang put his hands behind his back and said, "I won't lose. You really don't know how to chat. You seem to have the same effect as that idiot." Ling Han sighed. BK. Chapter 3261. A Beautiful Romance. "Take this." Hong Tianliang shouted, and had already begun his attack. Boom, his figure charged out, his speed extraordinarily fast, bringing with it a powerful sonic boom. He was indeed very powerful. Not mentioning anything else, just the wind brought about by this speed was enough to blow away an ordinary 12 meridians practitioner. However, against Ling Han, this was naturally far from enough. Ling Han's upper body did not move, but his legs moved swiftly backwards. Shoo, 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 his speed was also very terrifying. They had clearly not exchanged blows, but because Ling Han's speed was too fast, a shock wave formed behind him, hitting Hong Tianliang's body, instantly affecting him, and his figure involuntarily tilted. Hong Tianliang had no choice but to change his path, otherwise, with his current speed, he would be completely unable to maintain the correct path if he continued to withstand Ling Han's shock wave. He was surprised that Ling Han's speed could also reach such a level, and was not inferior to his own. Although this was far from reaching his highest speed, it had long since surpassed the speed that a 12 meridians practitioner should be able to achieve. This young man, who was even younger than him by a few years, really gave him a shock. "Take this." Hong Tianliang humphed, and struck out with a palm, pressing towards Ling Han. His power was released, and the force of his palm compressed the air, stacking layer upon layer, transforming into a large hand visible to the naked eye. Ling Han clenched his fist, and punched out. Bam! The forces of both sides collided, but it was Ling Han's fist that shattered. He had underestimated the other. Ling Han had only used 150,000 gene of strength in this punch, and had not expected that he would not be able to defeat the other. Hong Tianliang, however, felt that this was only natural. He was a being with 20 meridians, and could step into the blood transformation realm at any time. His strength could reach 150,000 gene, and was a whole 5 times stronger than an ordinary illuminating pulse peak. "Your strength has actually reached 150,000 gene." He stopped, and said with a trace of admiration, "You should have opened all your hidden meridians, right?" From his point of view, an ordinary 20 meridians would only have a strength of 300,000 pounds. Unless it was a monster like him, who had opened up his meridians wider, allowing his secret power to flow faster, and cultivated a high-grade cultivation technique, allowing his secret power to become incomparably pure. Only then would he be able to achieve a terrifying strength of 500,000 pounds. But compared to that man, Hong Tianliang's heart twitched slightly. That person's peak physical strength had reached a terrifying 1 million kilograms. That was not inferior to ordinary experts at the 5 blood transformation realm. He was unable to imagine just how he had managed to cultivate such power. "I'll give you a chance," Submit to me, and I'll bring you onto a broader stage, he said. Ling Han rubbed his chin and smiled. You can't give me the stage I want. TSK, what arrogance. Hong Tianliang stared blankly for a moment before snorting coldly. That's not confidence, but arrogance. Come. Let's see how strong you are. Ling Han was very interested. You'll find out. Hong Tianliang roared, once again launching an attack. This time, he increased the power of his attack by a bit. He hadn't dared to attack too fiercely before because he was afraid Ling Han was too weak. What if he killed Ling Han with a single palm? Although his grandfather was the grand tutor of the current dynasty, that didn't mean he could cover the sky with one hand. He definitely wouldn't have to pay with his life, but he would still be imprisoned for a few years. Ling Han also increased his power a bit, clashing head-on with his opponent. Bang! After this exchange, Hong Tianliang was once more shocked. How had he been blocked by Ling Han? He had clearly already increased his power to around 400,000 pounds. According to reason, Ling Han shouldn't have been able to block it. So you were still holding back, he hatefully said. This bastard actually dared to look down on him. Filled with hatred, he couldn't help attacking with his full power. 200,000 pounds of power exploded out. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Han suppressed his cultivation level, and similarly exploded with a power of 250,000 kilograms, exchanging another blow with his opponent. Bang! Under the shock of the enormous power, Hong Tianliang's expression changed, and he looked at Ling Han in disbelief. He had used his full power, but the other had actually fought to a draw. Had you been playing with me all this time? I have to admit, I really did underestimate you, he said solemnly. Ling Han only smiled slightly. However, in the end, you only came from a remote corner. Hong Tianliang's arms shook, emitting cracking sounds. 20 meridians can cultivate to a strength of 500,000 jin. There is no need to doubt your talent. However, your birth has determined your limitations. Again. His legs kicked out, exploding with astonishing speed. Pang! He almost reached the speed of sound as he punched towards Ling Han. Ling Han was shocked. The power of this punch definitely surpassed 500,000 pounds. Oh, he understood now. Hong Tianliang had indeed used his full power just now, but that was only a secret power. He had also trained in body arts. Now that the two kinds of power had burst out together, his power had once again been pushed to a new height. 600,000 pounds. Ling Han nodded inwardly. This was already comparable to when he had been at 20 meridians. Unfortunately, he didn't have 20 meridians now. He still returned a punch, incomparably calm. Pang! Hong Tianliang's punch was once again dispelled by Ling Han. Hong Tianliang was really dumbfounded this time. Although 600,000 pounds of power was still not his limit, the problem was, on what basis did Ling Han also have 600,000 pounds of power? And he even suspected that this might not be Ling Han's limit either. To think that you can also train your body. He gritted his teeth. Cultivation was a very easy matter. Even if one could not obtain the inheritance of a cultivation method, they could still step onto the path of cultivation by relying on fist techniques, leg techniques, and so on. And it didn't matter if one was poor. The heavens and earth were the most selfless, and everyone could use its power. However, body cultivators were different. This was very costly, very costly. Even a blood transformation realm family would not be able to afford it. Furthermore, there were different levels of body arts. For a pinnacle realm family, it could only be said to be for fun. His maximum strength was 800,000 pounds. If he used it alone, his secret power would be 200,000 pounds, and his physical strength would be 400,000 pounds. But if he used them together, the effect would not be 1 plus 1, but would be slightly inferior. After all, it was impossible to reach a perfect state when two different kinds of power were merged together. Apart from that monster of a brother of his. Now, Ling Han actually also had 600,000 pounds of power. This shocked him. A kid from a backwater village was too monstrous. I really don't believe it. Hong Tianliang exploded out once more. This time, he did not hold back. 800,000 pounds of power poured out in full force. Boom, this punch had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. The power of body arts could not be underestimated. Ling Han was suddenly very curious. Now that he had also started body arts, his maximum strength had definitely broken through 1,000,000 pounds. How much was it exactly? As he thought of this, he also instinctively punched out. He could not control it, and it directly soared to 1,000,000 pounds of power. Bam! Chapter 3262. Xiao, Hong Tianliang was sent flying. Even though their fists did not directly collide, Ling Han's strength was too great. The remaining force was still enough to strike Hong Tianliang's body and easily send him flying. Peng, Hong Tianliang fell heavily onto the ground. However, even a force of around 200,000 jin wasn't enough to cause much harm to him. After all, his body refinement art had reached the small success realm. This little bit of damage wasn't a drizzle, but it wasn't very severe. He immediately got up, but his eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Ling Han. 1,000,000 jin of strength, he said in shock. You actually cultivated 1,000,000 jin of strength. Ling Han came back to his senses. It turned out that he had accidentally used too much strength. He smiled. Are you hurt? This kind of concern was simply a great humiliation. Hong Tianliang's chest heaved violently. Among those of the same level, other than his brother, who was so monstrous that he shouldn't exist in the world, he never thought that anyone could defeat him. But now, there was such a young man standing in front of him. A force of 1,000,000 jin. The meridian opening realm had two extremes. The first was 1,000,000 pounds of force. He hadn't reached that yet, but he was confident that as long as he obtained the yuan nourishing gourd and nourished it for a year, he would definitely be able to reach that limit. As far as he knew, there were quite a few people in the capital who had reached this limit. For example, there were some monstrously talented princes and a few descendants of the four great commanders. However, the majority of them had already reached the blood transformation realm or even higher. The second limit was the strength of 1,000,000 jin. This was too terrifying, because an ordinary fifth blood transformation only had this much power. It was impossible to reach such a height just by relying on arcane power. It was said that the limit of arcane power was 1,000,000 kilograms of force. One must also undergo body cultivation to obtain 1,000,000 kilograms of force. Moreover, one must perfectly fuse the two together. Only then would one be able to reach the second limit of 1,000,000 kilograms. This was something that almost no one could achieve. Except for one person. His unearthly brother Ling Han shouldn't be able to reach 1,000,000 kilograms of force, but breaking that boundary was already extremely shocking. He could even be called the number one person in the meridian opening realm. To think that I would meet a genius here. Hong Tianliang calmed down. Just a so-so. Ling Han was very humble. You're just a so-so. How can you call yourself a genius? Hong Tianliang had already controlled his emotions. He stared at Ling Han and said, if this was another situation, you might still be able to befriend me. But for the sake of this essence-nurturing gourd, I must fight for it. Energy-cultivating gourd. Ling Han nodded. That was the name of the green gourd. He smiled faintly and said, what makes you think you can defeat me? Battle strength doesn't just depend on strength. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for everyone to fight. Wouldn't it just be a competition of strength? Said Hong Tianliang. This was indeed reasonable. Power was only one aspect of battle prowess. Of course, it was also a very important aspect. It could even be said to be the most important aspect. Furthermore, my strength might not necessarily lose to yours, Hong Tianliang added. Ling Han was surprised. You haven't done your best. Hong Tianliang's face was filled with arrogance. He didn't reply to Ling Han's question. Instead, a red light surged on his body, and his veins bulged, instantly destroying his handsome appearance. Ling Han gave an "oh" and said, "So you've activated your cultivation technique to unleash an outburst." Just like when he activated the Monkey King's cultivation technique, his strength would welcome a small outburst in a short period of time. His strength could even overlap to the 20th level. Of course, the time was very short. Hong Tianliang should be the same. That's right. Hong Tianliang humphed. I cultivate the Tiger King technique. It focuses on killing and can destroy everything. That was quite a nice way of putting it. Come, let me experience it. Ling Han said with a smile. You will. Hong Tianliang said. Then, he suddenly pounced forward. Peng, his feet stomped on the ground. Under the outburst of strength, his speed instantly broke through the speed of sound. From Ling Han's perspective, it was very strange. Because Hong Tianliang's outburst was terrifying, but there was only silence on his side. He couldn't hear anything. The two of them were only separated by 3 or 4 feet. How long would it take to travel at the speed of sound? In just the blink of an eye, Hong Tianliang had already arrived. He struck out with his palm, drawing out a strange path. Somewhat interesting. Ling Han smiled lightly. He didn't use the demon monkey fist. It was just an ordinary punch, but it increased his strength by a lot. In addition to his physical strength, it should be at least 1.5 million gene. Peng 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 peng. Hong Tianliang clearly only struck out with his palm, but it formed more than 10 attacks. However, even so, he only barely dissipated the power of Ling Han's one punch. What? Hong Tianliang's mouth opened wide. Under the activation of his cultivation technique, the strength just now had already rushed to the first limit of 1 million gene. In addition to the stacking of the 14 layers of strength, even a third blood transfusion cultivator could be smashed to death by him. However, Ling Han only used one punch to dissipate it. Simple, ordinary, without the slightest bit of deliberate. Heavens, how strong was this guy's strength? 1.5 million gene. 1.5 million gene. This is your limit. Hong Tianliang panted. Ling Han thought about it. Although he hadn't activated the Monkey King's cultivation technique, he had indeed activated his original strength to the limit. As a result, he nodded. Not bad. Hong Tianliang was speechless. He had the confidence to charge to the first limit, but that was all. It was impossible for him to reach 1.5 million gene. I've lost, he said dejectedly. Although he had just said that being stronger did not mean that one's battle prowess was stronger, when one's strength reached a certain level, it would be a crushing advantage. For example, that attack just now. Ling Han didn't even need to use any techniques. Just a casual strike was enough to dissipate his explosive power. What else could he do? In terms of strength, there are only 3 or 4 people in the Meridian Opening realm who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you, he said. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that Ling Han's strength was too exaggerated. However, compared to that person, you are far inferior, Hong Tianliang added. This was a shadow in his heart, but it was also his pride. Oh. Ling Han's interest was piqued. That person reached 1 million gene of strength before stepping into the blood transformation realm, Hong Tianliang said word by word. His expression was extremely strange. There was admiration, jealousy, and disappointment. Even the Saint Emperor evaluated him as a heavenly genius when he found out. Ling Han smiled and asked, "Is that person your brother?" Hong Tianliang nodded and didn't say anything. Interesting. He was clearly his brother, but he even avoided mentioning his name. Ling Han could understand how much pressure he felt to have such a monstrous brother. That was because no matter how good or outstanding you were, you would pale in comparison to that person. What's your brother's name? Chapter 32-64. Hong Tianliang's martial prowess was definitely one of the best in the Meridian Opening realm. No one doubted that. But now? He was actually being used as a cushion by someone else. How shocking was that? It could be said that defeating Hong Tianliang was already inconceivable. But he still dared to use Grand Tutor Hong's grandson, that person's brother, as a cushion. That was even more shocking. This was a peerless, ferocious person. But they actually wanted to rob such a peerless, ferocious person? Hiss, they must be tired of living. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "All right, come and try robbing me." "All right, let's fight." Quite a few of them still hadn't recognized Hong Tianliang. After all, who would believe that he would be used as a cushion? They were all eager to try. Bastards. That big brother immediately flipped out, kicking and stomping on his subordinates. Only then did he turn to Ling Han. "Master, it's my subordinates who don't know any better. Please don't take it to heart." Why did Big Brother change from arrogance to deference? Understood. It had to be Big Brother's scheme. He was first careless and then waiting for a chance to strike. Damn, as expected of their big brother. All the lackeys thought this way in their hearts, and their admiration for their boss immediately rose like a torrential river, unending and unending. Ling Han looked at this boss and said indifferently, "Then you mean you won't rob me?" No, how would I dare?" That boss hurriedly shook his head, cold sweat pouring down his face. TCH, boss's acting skills were amazing. All the subordinates thought this, feeling even more reverence for their boss. Ling Han shook his head. "How can that be? We have to keep our word. We said we were going to rob, so we can't give up halfway." "Master, I was wrong." That boss knelt down. He really couldn't provoke someone who dared to use Hong Tianliang as a cushion. Even if they couldn't kill people here, it wasn't like they were going to stay here forever. Boss's sacrifice was a bit too great. Did he have to do this to confuse his opponent? They looked at each other, seeing the difficulty in each other's eyes. If it was them, they definitely wouldn't make such a sacrifice. "Boss, you're so great." They were all prepared to attack and were just waiting for their boss to suddenly attack. Ling Han laughed. "Are you really not going to rob me anymore?" The boss shook his head like a rattledrum. "I don't dare." "Absolutely not." Ling Han nodded. "Since you're not going to rob me, then let's go. You're not going to extort money from me, are you? Let's go. Let's go." The boss let out a sigh of relief. It would be great if they could escape unscathed like this. He crawled to his feet, waved his hand, and said, "Hurry up and scram." All the lackeys were at a loss. Didn't they say that they would first confuse the opponent before attacking? The delusion was successful, but why didn't he do it? "What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and scram!" shouted the boss. Were they trying to make trouble for him? It had been so difficult for this peerless expert to let them leave. Although the subordinates didn't understand, they had to listen to their boss, so they left with him. Ling Han could not help smiling. He did not expect that Hong Tianliang still had some use. If Hong Tianliang were to learn of this, he would probably vomit blood. Was the value of his life just to intimidate a few hooligans? The night passed, and the next day, Ling Han and Huan Xue continued on their way. The unlucky Hong Tianliang was still lying there. With his physique, he wouldn't catch a cold even if he stayed in the cold for a night. Ling Han studied the gourd again and found that the mysterious energy had returned, and it had reached a rather dense level. He understood that as long as there were no living things, the gourd would produce nourishing energy. But as soon as there were living things, the energy would begin to nourish them until it was exhausted. No wonder it was called the Qi-nurturing gourd. Unfortunately, Ling Han was not Hong Tianliang. His photon computer could not connect to the internet, so he could not find any more information about the gourd. The two of them continued to wander. This region was very large, and it was inevitable that they would be robbed. In the end, they were the ones who robbed others, and Ling Han was able to obtain more and more red cloud gems. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day. Time passed quickly, and as it gradually approached the end of the selection, the participants became more and more frenzied, and there were more and more cases of attacks between each other. Ling Han naturally did not care. He was now absolutely invincible in the illuminating pulse realm. Even if Hong Tianliang and Gu Qiuling, who had opened 20 meridians, worked together, he would not be afraid. Even 10 of them would not be enough. He was studying the gourd, and he would enter it to cultivate every day. He found that although the energy within could be used for cultivation, it was actually more beneficial to the improvement of spiritual power. Qi nurturing qi was to nurture the primordial spirit. Ling Han could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Up until now, there were many methods to improve secret power and temper the physique. There was no lack of pills and natural treasures. The only difference was that they were a little more expensive. However, were there any cultivation techniques to improve spiritual power? Treasure fruits were even more priceless. He had only been able to obtain a mystical cloud fruit after obtaining first place in the Hidden Tiger City competition. The gourd could strengthen spiritual power. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Hong Tianliang probably did not know much about it. He only thought that the gourd could nourish the body and raise the level of life. He had no idea that it was targeted at the consciousness. There was no need to tell him. Ling Han was very satisfied. Currently, spiritual power could only be used in alchemy and formation Dao, but he had a feeling that martial art had just begun to sprout. In the future, there would definitely be more widespread uses for it. On the 7th day, the 8th day, and on the 9th day, the people became even more frenzied, completely losing their reason. Originally, the weak did not dare to attack the strong, but now such things were happening all the time. Some used ambushes, some weak teamed up. In short, there were battles everywhere. Ling Han and Huanxue came to the foot of a mountain. There was a sign erected here, which said, "Danger ahead, no entry." "Young master, let's turn back." Huanxue was very timid. This was determined by her birth, and her horizons had not been broadened. Ling Han, however, was very interested. He said, "It's fine. The rules of the selection didn't say that we can't go anywhere, so there's no harm in going in and taking a look." "But young master, it's very dangerous inside," Huanxue said in a low voice. She was worried about safety, but she did not dare to disobey her young master. "If there is danger, we can still hide in the gourd. There's no need to be afraid." Since Ling Han was interested, how could he be dissuaded by a few words? "Oh." Huanxue could only nod. She had never had her own opinions. The two of them stepped over the sign and walked up the mountain. They did not see anything strange along the way, which made Huanxue gradually feel relieved. That could be someone's prank. However, Ling Han revealed a solemn expression. Chapter 3265. Ling Han sensed a very obscure aura that was extremely powerful. It should be the ultimate bone realm, he thought. "Wait here first," he said in a low voice. The best thing about Snow Collar was that she wouldn't ask too many questions and only nodded obediently. Ling Han extended his body and walked up the mountain. His footsteps were light and almost didn't make a single sound. After a short while, he arrived at the top of the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A loud snoring sound traveled over like thunder. Ling Han slowed down his steps. He knew that the ultimate bone realm was too powerful. Even though it was sleeping so soundly now, it would immediately wake up at the slightest movement. He looked over and couldn't help but be surprised because the existence that was snoring was actually a dog. The fat dog's entire body was almost perfectly round. Its fur was so black that it glowed as if it had been smeared with oil. This dog's body was very big, but it wasn't at the level of a giant. It was about the size of a water buffalo. Now, it was snoring loudly. A tongue was sticking out, and as it breathed, there was actually a bubble above its nostrils that continuously expanded and shrunk. One couldn't help but be curious when this bubble would explode. Such a fat dog, could it be at least in the ultimate bone realm? If this was a female dog, could he let the big black dog tempt it? This thought flashed through Ling Han's mind. However, he immediately laughed in spite of himself. Even if the large black dog could be released, and even if it really was a female dog, with the large black dog's despicable nature, which female dog would be interested in it? Forget it. He scanned again. He found a tree beside this fat dog. This tree was very short, only half a person's height, but it grew very well. The crown of the tree was shaped like a hemisphere. The most important thing was that the leaves on it were actually all different. Some were like swords, some like knives, some like spears. There were all kinds of them. When the wind blew, these leaves even made a clanking sound, as if there were really weapons colliding with each other. Instinctively, Ling Han thought that this was a treasure tree. That was why there was a powerful demon dog guarding it. The warning sign at the bottom clearly indicated that the Emperor Capital Academy knew of the existence of this fat dog. Of course, they wouldn't have missed this strange treasure tree. Perhaps, this demon dog was raised by the Academy. Although the relationship between demonic beasts and humans was not very good, it was still possible for human experts to tame demonic beasts as battle pets to guard their homes. The problem was, the watchdog was just lying there. How could he get close? Ling Han did not think that he would be able to get close to a paramount bone demon dog without being discovered, even if it was sleeping soundly. I got it. He retreated and explained the plan to the little maid. Young master, isn't this too dangerous? Summon Snow's face was pale. That was a paramount bone realm demonic beast. It could easily bite her young master to death. Don't worry. Ling Han comforted her. The little pink pig grinned coldly. It actually hoped that Ling Han would be eaten by a demonic beast. Before it could gloat for long, it felt a weight on its neck and was lifted up by Ling Han. You're coming with me. Goo! The perverted pig squealed. Naturally, it was unwilling. How could Ling Han pay any attention to it? He first hid the origin nurturing bottle gourd in a secluded place, and then carried out the test. When he ran close to it, he used his mind to communicate with it. Xiao, his body immediately disappeared from where it was. If anyone were to see this, they would definitely scream out loud. In reality, Ling Han had entered the inner space of the essence nurturing gourd. Perverted pig, cooperate. Otherwise, I'll throw you outside to be eaten by a dog, Ling Han said to perverted pig as he came out of the gourd. It didn't enter the gourd with him. Perverted pig nodded unwillingly. It wasn't that it was afraid of being eaten by a demonic beast, but if it was taken away by a demonic beast, where could it find a pretty sister? Done. Ling Han nodded. He brought perverted pig just in case. This could intimidate demonic beasts, although he didn't know if it would have any effect on paramount bone realm beasts. After arranging summon Snow, Ling Han prepared to act. His plan was very simple. He would use himself as bait to attract the demonic dog to chase him. Summon Snow would take the opportunity to pluck the leaves. As for Ling Han, he ran near the essence nurturing gourd and directly entered it. If the fat dog caught up to him in advance, he would use perverted pig to threaten it. Hopefully, this fat pig would be able to show its might. Xiao, he threw out a stone. It heavily smashed into the ground, causing a loud sound. That fat dog didn't even move. If not for the bubbles still coming out of its nose, people would really suspect that it was dead. It's fine if a pig is this lazy. After all, it's a pig. But how can a dog be this lazy? Ling Han muttered. Perverted pig was indignant and bared its fangs at him. You're not allowed to look down on pigs like this. Again. Ling Han threw another stone. This time, he directly aimed at the demonic dog. Pa! The stone smashed over, but when it touched the demonic dog's body, it suddenly exploded into pieces. So powerful. Ling Han was shocked. The blood chi of the blood transformation realm soared to the heavens. This ultimate bone realm was even more awesome. The aura that seeped out of their bodies was so terrifying that even rocks could be shattered. No wonder this demonic dog was sleeping so soundly. Then could he walk over and pluck the leaves? Ling Han considered this tempting thought. His feet involuntarily moved, and he quietly approached that fat dog. Very good, this fellow didn't react at all. Summon Snow watched from afar in astonishment. This wasn't going according to their plan. Ling Han was already less than 10 feet away from the fat dog, but the dog was still snoring loudly. Very good. Keep it up, good dog. Ling Han walked to the side of the tree and carefully examined it. In just an instant, he could determine that there were a total of 999 leaves on this tree. And each leaf was in the shape of a weapon. They were all swords, but there were also short swords, long swords, curved swords, hooked swords, and so on. Ling Han had a strange feeling. Why did these leaves really seem to be able to grow into weapons? What a curious tree. He was just about to pluck a leaf to study when he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Where was the snoring sound? He abruptly turned around, but he was shocked, because the fat dog had actually stood up at some point and was staring at him. When it saw him turn around, it opened its mouth and spat out a long tongue, saliva flowing out of it. Fuck, so embarrassing. Ling Han chuckled, and then suddenly made a move. Goo! The pig let out a miserable cry. Because it had been forcefully stuffed into the big dog's mouth by Ling Han. Then, Ling Han broke into a run. Using the flying shuttle steps, he instantly exploded with terrifying speed. Peng! A sonic boom exploded, forming a terrifying shock wave that caused the dog's fur to dance wildly. That fat dog was startled. This kind of change had also greatly exceeded its expectations. But it also immediately turned around and ran in pursuit of Ling Han. Goo! The pig let out a miserable cry. It was still in the dog's mouth. Bastard. Chapter 3266. After running a few steps, the fat dog also realized that it was somewhat uncomfortable to stuff a pig in its mouth. Although the suckling pig wasn't big, its body wasn't that big either. After stuffing a small suckling pig into its mouth, its upper jaw was stuck up high, almost blocking its eyes. It bit down hard, wanting to bite the small pig into pieces and use it as a snack. However, when it bit down hard, it found that the pig was surprisingly flexible. Although its teeth bit down, they didn't penetrate the pig's body. Instead, they immediately bounced back. What was going on? The fat dog was a little confused. It was an ultimate bone realm existence, but it couldn't bite a small suckling pig to pieces. It bit again, but it was still useless. After a few bites, it had to admit that it really couldn't bite through this guy in its mouth. How could it chase like this? It hurriedly coughed and spat out the small suckling pig. The little lascivious pig immediately began to whine, its fury overflowing. On one hand, it scolded Ling Han for not being loyal, and on the other hand, it scolded this stupid dog for being blind, even daring to bite it. Just wait, after it left, it would eat dog meat every day until it vomited. The big fat dog stared at the pig. It was actually full of interest in this pig, but after thinking about it, it was better to capture the guy who wanted to steal the leaves first. After all, this was the Academy's territory, and this guy actually dared to steal things. It had to capture him. When it thought of a certain person's leather whip, it couldn't help but tremble. It didn't want to be beaten. Chase. It spread its 4 legs and chased after Ling Han. Call Snow was dumbfounded. This seemed to be going according to plan. The big fat dog went to chase the young master, but she still felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly ran out, first to pick up a few leaves, then ran over to pick up the small suckling pig and ran away. This big fat dog would be back soon. They had to leave as soon as possible, or they would definitely be in big trouble. Ling Han ran. Although he started first, and the big dog was delayed for a moment, its speed was still very fast, even faster than when he used the shuttle steps. Looking back, he saw that it was rapidly approaching. This was almost twice the speed of sound. Seeing that half a minute was almost up, Ling Han realized that he was far from reaching his limit. Otherwise, he would have felt his whole body heating up, especially his legs, as if they were about to explode. This was the result of his body tempering. His physique had become stronger, and the limits of what he could endure had naturally risen as well. Even so, the big fat dog was getting closer and closer. It wouldn't be long before it caught up to him. Fuck, weren't you so lazy that you couldn't even wake up from being hit by a rock? How did you suddenly wake up? You're obviously so lazy, so why are you running so fast? Speaking of which, is all your fat for show? How can you still run so fast? Ling Han cursed in his heart. He was about to be caught, but he was only a short distance away from the essence-nourishing gourd. He activated the Monkey King's technique, and his speed suddenly increased. Pang, he reached about 1.5 times the speed of sound, and the big fat dog's approaching speed immediately slowed down. The big fat dog let out a snort. There was no way it would let this thief escape. It stretched out its claws and slapped at Ling Han. The distance was close enough. However, right at this moment, swoosh, the dog's eyes blurred, and Ling Han's figure was already nowhere to be seen. What was going on? The big fat dog hurriedly stopped and arched its nose to search everywhere. However, the little thief's aura was cut off and disappeared in front of it. This was too strange. It searched around but found nothing. Returning to its original spot, it sat down on its butt and scratched its neck with its claws. Its heart was full of confusion. Forget it, so be it. In any case, nothing was stolen by that little thief. As long as it didn't say anything, it would pretend that nothing had happened. As the saying went, it was better to have less trouble. Going home and sleeping was the most convenient. This fat dog's lazy attribute had the upper hand. Moreover, it also wanted to study that little suckling pig. It clearly sensed any energy fluctuations, and how its skin was so thick that it could even block its sharp teeth. It trotted all the way back. Huh, where's the pig? Looking at that short tree again, it couldn't help but be dumbfounded. 13 leaves were missing. Looking at the traces of plucking, they were still very fresh. Obviously, they had been plucked away after it left. Not good, it had fallen into the trap of luring the tiger, no, luring the dog away from the mountain. When it thought of a certain person's whip, it couldn't help but tuck its tail between its legs. Hiss, should it consider digging a hole and hiding for a few days? After the big fat dog left, Ling Han hurriedly came out of the vitality-nurturing gourd and immediately ran down the mountain to meet up with Huan Shui. If that fat dog suddenly became intelligent and squatted at the place where he had disappeared, things would be very bad. Young master. When she saw Ling Han, Huan Shui finally heaved a sigh of relief. She hurriedly took out 13 leaves and handed them to Ling Han. Because time was tight, she had only plucked these few. Ling Han put the 12 leaves into the gourd and only took out one to study. The Academy had sent a paramount bone realm demonic beast to guard this tree, so it definitely couldn't be an ordinary item. However, in a short period of time, Ling Han could only come to one conclusion, and that was that the leaves themselves were extremely tough, and he couldn't tear them. Just this point alone was enough to prove that these leaves were extraordinary. I'd better wait until I get out and connect to the internet before I investigate. He kept the leaves and began his robbery plan. With his luck attribute at work, he could always meet people who were blind enough to take the initiative to rob him. He didn't even need to look for them himself. Then, the number of red cloud gems he had increased, almost reaching 100. Finally, the 10-day deadline was up. Everyone was sent out by the array and appeared on the square again. Most of them sighed. They didn't get a single red cloud gem, and obviously had no fate to enter Emperor Capital Academy. Those who have red cloud gems, stay. The rest of you, leave immediately. An extremely dignified old man from the academy said loudly. His voice was loud and clear, so loud that it hurt people's ears. The crowd started to leave, leaving only a few people behind. The people from the academy counted and couldn't help but have strange expressions. Their original intention was to pick out the 100 people who had the most red cloud gems, but there were only 79 people in front of them. Then as long as they verified whether they all had red cloud gems, they would be able to pass and enter Emperor Capital Academy. Take out your red cloud gems, the old man said. According to those who knew him, his name was Pan Tianyu, a senior instructor of the academy. He was famous for his fiery temper, and he was a paramount bone realm cultivator. Therefore, don't make him angry, or you would definitely be beaten up for nothing. Everyone took out their respective red cloud gems, ranging from 1 to 4 or 5. Even someone like Gu Qiuling, who had 20 veins, had only obtained 12 red cloud gems. Hong Tianliang had even less, with only 9. He had been robbed by Ling Han, so of course he wouldn't have a lot of red cloud gems. Pan Tianyu was surprised. This number wasn't right. This time, the academy had clearly put in 300 red cloud gems. Could it be that there were still more than half that hadn't been discovered? Chapter 3268. Ling Han believed that his halo of hatred would definitely take effect and bring him trouble, but he was not afraid. Instead, he treated it as a form of entertainment. However, before this could take effect, Ling Han was called out to him. On the first day of school for new students, there would be a lecture as usual. Everyone was summoned to the martial arts field. The ground here was made of sand. Even if a paramount bone realm cultivator fought, there was no need to worry about damage. At most, they could just fill in the sand after the battle. There were not only 79 new students, but about 100. Because there were also blood transformation realm new students, they did not need to be screened and directly entered the academy. Flag Master Lien. Ling Han's eyes lit up when he saw Lien Shuerong. Lien Shuerong also saw him and nodded. I knew I would definitely see you here. Ling Han laughed. Although he believed in Lien Shuerong's strength, the beast tide was too terrifying. He was naturally worried. Only now did he finally relax after seeing Lien Shuerong. The two of them were probably the only two survivors of the black-green flags. They were very sad when they talked about the situation that day. Ling Han. Someone walked over. It was Tuoba Tianhuang. He had not been screened, but he had appeared here. This could only mean one thing: he had broken through to the blood transformation realm. Ling Han nodded. Long time no see. Tuoba Tianhuang was silent for a moment. You have to break through to the blood transformation realm as soon as possible. I want to fight with you again. At the same age and realm, he had only lost to Ling Han. This was a stain on his record that he wanted to erase. Ling Han smiled. The capital is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are many geniuses. There's no need to target me, right? He was not afraid to fight. Instead, he wanted to give face to the other party since they were both from Hidden Tiger City. He did not want to be traumatized by 2 defeats and never be able to recover. Tuoba Tianhuang smirked coldly, and said, Ling Han, could it be that you are afraid? Ling Han sighed. Why didn't he accept his good intentions? All right. Since you want to fight, why don't we do it today? He said lightly. I won't bully you. I'll let you use only one hand. Tuoba Tianhuang almost lost his breath. You, a meridian opening expert, wanted to fight me, but you wanted to use a single hand? Although he had just entered the blood transformation realm, because he had cultivated 20 meridians in the illuminating pulse realm, his first transformation's battle strength was comparable to that of an ordinary third transformation. This is something Ling Han can compare to. You're too arrogant, he said coldly. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson first. I'll let you know the difference in cultivation levels. Defeating Ling Han by suppressing him in terms of cultivation level would naturally not make him happy, but he was truly enraged and wanted to teach Ling Han a lesson. Just as the two of them were about to make their move, they saw someone from the academy arrive. This time, a vice dean had come. His name was Sui Tang, and he was at the extreme bone realm. However, it was unclear which stage he was at. With this, Ling Han and Tuoba Tianhuang naturally could not fight anymore. The two of them returned to their own teams. Sui Tang gave a speech, the gist of which was to welcome the arrival of the new students. He hoped that they would work hard in their cultivation in the following period of time, because if the illuminating pulse realm could not break through to the blood transformation realm within 5 years, they would be expelled from the academy. The blood transformation realm had a 10-year deadline. If they did not break through to the extreme bone realm, they would have to leave. Therefore, the academy's disciples could not be over 40 years old. Sui Tang spoke a lot. At the beginning, everyone listened attentively, but because there were too many meaningless things, most of them became absent-minded. Only Gu Qiling straightened his back from the beginning to the end, and did not make any small movements. All right, dismissed. Sui Tang finally announced that the lecture was over. He waved his hand and left. The students did not leave immediately, because for many of them, it was their first time meeting. Naturally, they had to get to know each other. After all, they would be living together for a long time in the future. It was fine if they could not become friends, but they could not become enemies. Some people were smooth and slick, like fish in water, while others were wooden and did not know how to socialize. Ling Han was just about to leave with Huan Shui when he saw Tuoba Tianhuang blocking his path. Want to run? Tuoba Tianhuang said disdainfully. Ling Han shook his head. He had not placed Tuoba Tianhuang in his eyes at all. So after the gathering ended, he had naturally left to focus on tempering his body. He wanted to quickly raise his physical strength to the level of 1,000,000 kilograms and then break through to the blood transformation realm. He hadn't expected Tuoba Tianhuang to insist on coming over to be slapped in the face. Fine, I'll help you. Make your move. Ling Han placed his right hand behind his back. If you can force me to use my right hand, then I'll consider it your win. Tuoba Tianhuang couldn't help exploding with rage. His eyes glared as if they were about to spit fire. You're too arrogant. He clenched his teeth. Is that so? Ling Han laughed. You've already been defeated by me, so it's not too much for me to use only one hand. Damn it. Tuoba Tianhuang roared in fury as he charged toward Ling Han. Bang! Who would have thought that someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere and block this attack for Ling Han? However, that person was clearly not a match for Tuoba Tianhuang, and he was sent flying. It was Gu Qiling. If you want to exchange blows with my big brother, you'll first have to pass me. He crawled up, not the slightest cowardice. With this fight, the others all looked over. After knowing the situation, they all laughed and watched the show from the side. The academy didn't prohibit fighting as long as you didn't kill or cripple someone. But for a meridian opening expert to take the initiative to attack a blood transformation expert was strange. Was he asking for a beating? Furthermore, the other meridian opening expert was also arrogant enough. He actually said he would only use one hand. That was even more shocking. Where did his courage come from? One was arrogant, one was foolish. These two had actually passed the selection and entered the Imperial Capital Academy. That was practically lowering the academy's standard. Tuoba Tianhuang snorted, "You're not my match. Break through to the blood transformation realm first." Gu Qiling still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Ling Han. He wants to challenge me. Don't steal his business. Ling Han smiled. Gu Qiuling didn't understand. Whose business am I stealing? Who's doing business? He was starting to get serious again. Ling Han ignored him. Instead, he looked at Tuoba Tianhuang and said, Come. Humph, don't tell me you're getting someone to help you again. Tuoba Tianhuang's expression was disdainful. Before Ling Han could reply, someone really did interfere. It was Lian Shuerong. She raised her hand and said, We're all from Hidden Tiger City. We should work together and not fight amongst ourselves. Tuoba Tianhuang was still a bit wary of Lian Shuerong. She was already at the third transformation at such a young age. Although she wasn't as talented as him, she could still be considered a genius. He explained, Flag Master Lian, I just want to teach him a lesson so he won't be too arrogant. Otherwise, with his flamboyant nature, he'll cause trouble sooner or later. At that time, he'll lose face for Hidden Tiger City. Reading on the phone. Chapter 3269. With Lian Shuerong's intervention, the fight did not happen. Tuoba Tianhuang left hatefully and even gave Ling Han a disdainful look. He would teach Ling Han a lesson sooner or later. In his eyes, Ling Han was just a flash in the pan. He had already opened all 20 meridians and broken through to the blood transformation realm, but Ling Han was still in the illuminating pulse realm. It should be known that the two of them were about the same level previously, both having opened 3 hidden meridians. The difference was already obvious. Thus, Tuoba Tianhuang no longer saw Ling Han as a competitor. All he wanted was to defeat Ling Han at the same level and completely erase the humiliation from before. Ling Han smiled faintly, not minding it at all. However, he had thought that it would be difficult for the two of them to cross paths again. In the end, they actually lived in the same district. They really would meet frequently. Forget it. At most, I'll just beat him up. He'll be obedient after that. The academy arranged accommodation based on the time of entry. Thus, those living in the same district were both at the blood transformation realm and the illuminating pulse realm. Nanshin district. Those who lived here were basically the older students who had entered 3 years ago. Brother Yang, the new students have arrived today. Should we quickly absorb them into the gang? A green-robed man asked. The person he was asking about was Hu Yang, the boss of the Hu family gang. This Hu family corresponded to one of the 3 dukes of the imperial court, Hu Yunfeng. Although he was not as powerful as the 4 marshals, senior tutor Hong, or the chief of staff, he belonged to the 2nd tier and could not be underestimated. Thus, the Hu family had formed their own faction and did not rely on the 4 marshals or senior tutor Hong. They had strong ambitions and wanted to compete with these strong people in the future. Hu Yang nodded and said, although these people do not have any background, being able to enter the academy means that their talent in martial art is not bad. They have a bright future. After all, we can't compare to the King Kong gang and Hengtian gang. Let's not consider quality for now. Later, we'll first give the new students a show of strength and scare them. Then, we'll absorb them into the gang. No one should dare to say no. However, Brother Yang, there's someone from the Hong family among the newcomers, the man in green reminded. A hint of fear flashed in Hu Yang's eyes. He thought of that frightening fellow. He had entered the academy at the age of 13, and by the age of 15, he had already become a celebrity in the academy. By the age of 19, he had already become the #1 expert in the academy, and had also allowed the Hong family to become so strong that they occupied half of the academy. Fortunately, this monstrous genius had long since stepped into the ultimate bone realm and left the academy. Otherwise, the academy would have been the Hong family gang's domain, and no one would be able to compete with them. It's fine. As long as we don't touch Hong Tianliang, it will be fine, Hu Yang said. He paused for a moment, then said, call all the brothers. Let's go. Compared to the 4 great marshals, Grand Tutor Hong, and the elders, the Hu clan could only be considered a rising power. Hu Yunfeng was still at the 5th stage of the extreme bone realm and was working hard to break through to the engravement realm. He wanted to enter the first echelon as soon as possible. Correspondingly, Hu Yang was also working hard to expand the influence of the Hu family in the academy. This was because the disciples that came out of the academy in the future would play a role in various corners of the imperial court. The role of middle-level officials was actually very important. Hu Yang quickly gathered over 10 people. Most of them were at the blood transformation realm, and Hu Yang himself was at the 5th blood transformation. He was already 35 years old. Originally, if he had used his full strength to break through to the ultimate bone realm, he would have already broken through. But after him, there was currently no one in the Hu family who could carry the banner. So he had temporarily slowed down the speed of his breakthrough, doing his best to stay in the academy for a few more days. Under his lead, the 10 people swaggered into the Qingyun region. This was where the new students lived. In the future, there would be many more new students living here until this place was full. "Newcomers, come out," shouted the azure-robed man. He was Hu Yang's capable subordinate, and his name was Su Yuliang. His father was also Hu Yunfeng's trusted aide, and he was a few years younger than Hu Yang. If Hu Yang was unable to suppress his realm and had to break through, then he would temporarily hold up the banner of the Hu family gang. Su Yuliang had a cultivation base of 3 meridians. His roar shook the entire Qingyun region. "Who is it?" The new students all walked out. They thought the academy was summoning them for some sort of meeting. 10, 30, 70. More and more people came out. Most of them were completely dumbfounded. Had something happened? Su Yuliang looked over and didn't wait for everyone to arrive. He loudly said, "This is Brother Hu Yang. Those who don't know, listen carefully. Brother Hu Yang's father is one of the 3 dukes, Hu Yunfeng." Everyone was shocked by his words. They might not have heard of Hu Yang before, but it was impossible for Hu Yunfeng, one of the 3 ducal ministers, to not know of him. He was an important official of the imperial court, and an ultimate bone realm expert. "Newcomers, there are rules you must follow upon entering the academy." Su Yuliang swept his gaze over the crowd. Seeing everyone's faces were filled with reverence, he smiled, enjoying this kind of reverence. "Everyone sit down." He suddenly roared, and the aura of the 3rd transformation surged out, causing the majority of people's faces to turn pale. Everyone sat down, but there were still quite a few who didn't listen. For example, Tuoba Tianhuang and Lian Shuerong. They were both blood transformation existences, so who was afraid of who? As for the meridian opening realm, there were only Hong Tianliang and Guqioling. Because Ling Han was still cultivating in his room, he acted as if he hadn't heard them. On the other hand, it was Huanxue who came out with the little pink pig. With her personality, she naturally wouldn't resist. Hong Tianliang disdainfully smiled. Compared to the Hong family, the Hu family wasn't even worth a fart, and the Hu family gang was nothing in front of the Hong family gang. He turned and left. Seeing Hong Tianliang leave, someone else also tried to imitate him, but he was immediately beaten back. That person was unwilling to accept this. "Why can he leave, but I can't?" "Because he's Hong Tianliang." That one sentence was enough to force him back. "Oh, looks like my words don't work." "Some people don't listen," sneered Su Yuliang. His gaze swept over Lian Shuerong, Tuoba Tianhuang, and the others, but he didn't get angry. He just so happened to need a troublemaker to establish his might. That way, once he flattened these troublemakers, others would naturally feel reverence, and his might would be established. "Boring." Tuoba Tianhuang sneered and turned his head. Su Yuliang immediately leaped forward, pouncing at Tuoba Tianhuang. When he arrived behind him, he spread his fingers, grabbing at his shoulder. Scram! Tuoba Tianhuang snorted and fiercely turned his head. Boom! A terrifying power exploded out. This palm was both fast and fierce. Bang! Su Yuliang was immediately pushed back, and Tuoba Tianhuang was also pushed back. He staggered a few times. Oh. Hu Yang's eyes brightened. He had the information of every new student. With his ability, it naturally wasn't hard for him to obtain it, so he knew that Tuoba Tianhuang was only at the first transformation, and had just broken through. A first transformation could match a third transformation. That wasn't simple. A genius. He was definitely going to have this genius. Chapter 3270. Tuoba Tianhuang had been the top genius in Hidden Tiger City for many years. It was only when Ling Han appeared that he was pushed down. However, it had only been a mere 2 months. He had never lost confidence because of this and was still as proud as ever. After entering the Emperor Capital Academy, he swore that he would become the second Hong Tianbu and let all the geniuses regret being born in the same generation as him. Therefore, how could he be afraid of Su Yuliang? The two of them fought fiercely. One was at the third transformation while the other was at the first transformation. Originally, the gap between them should have been extremely large. Even if victory wasn't decided immediately, it wouldn't take more than 100 moves. But now, more than 100 moves had passed, and the two of them were still fighting fiercely. In fact, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Tuoba Tianhuang's talent could be seen at a glance. After all, even though there wasn't a single person that had opened up the hidden meridian, there would surely be no more than 20 in the younger generation, and this was sufficient to allow Tuoba Tianhuang to stand proudly at the peak of the younger generation. Hu Yang waited for a while before finally opening his mouth and saying, "Yuliang, you can withdraw first." Although Su Yuliang was unwilling, he knew that it would be very difficult for him to defeat Tuoba Tianhuang in a short period of time. Although he hadn't activated his blood qi to release a powerful attack, Tuoba Tianhuang was the same as him. He was also in the blood transformation realm and had an explosive period. At worst, the two of them would just be equal. Furthermore, seeing how monstrous Tuoba Tianhuang was, his eruption might be even more powerful than his own. At that time, he might even be at a disadvantage. Therefore, although he was indignant, he could only step back. Tuoba Tianhuang said proudly. Even though he did not defeat Su Yuliang, he was able to fight to a draw with someone at the third transformation. This was enough to show how powerful he was. As expected, the surrounding new students all looked at him with admiration. Even the members of the Hu clan looked at him in a new light. This young man was really strong. His talent could probably be ranked in the top 10 in the blood transformation realm. Clap, clap, clap. Hu Yang applauded and said, "Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Junior apprentice brother Tuoba is truly a genius in martial art." Tuoba Tianhuang smiled faintly. The Tuoba clan had already been destroyed, and he was the only young man of the Tuoba clan. He shouldered the mission of bringing the clan to greater heights. This put him under great pressure, but at the same time, he did not lose his pride, thinking that he could dominate even in the capital. In his opinion, Hu Yang's praise was a matter of course. It was naturally impossible for it to move him. This caused the corner of Hu Yang's mouth to slightly curl up. It looked like he had to first sharpen this brat's spirit. Otherwise, he would not obediently listen to him. However, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the academy. Junior apprentice brother Tuoba, you are too arrogant. He walked out. I will suppress my cultivation to transformation 1 and spar with you. Tuoba Tianhuang cast him a sideways glance and said, don't regret it. Hu Yang smiled and shook his head. Come, let's spar. Of course, he could not suppress his cultivation to 1 transformation. Even though he had opened 20 meridians, he had no chance of victory. Therefore, he could only suppress his cultivation to the 2nd transformation. No one would be able to tell anyway. Make your move. He beckoned at Tuoba Tianhuang. Tuoba Tianhuang was extremely arrogant. How could he possibly be afraid? He immediately rushed forward. He had some understanding of the academy's situation, so he had his own ambitions. He wanted to make a name for himself. That way, when he left the academy in the future, the lackeys he had subdued here would be able to play a role and contribute to the Tuoba family's resurgence. Hu Yang was a stepping stone for him. The two battled, but Hu Yang's advantage was immediately displayed. He suppressed Tuoba Tianhuang and did not give the other any chance to retaliate. This was an absolute suppression of strength. The new students who had been excited because Tuoba Tianhuang had fought to a draw with a Transformation 3 Transformation senior brother immediately wilted. So, the true senior brother was so powerful, but he did not suspect that Hu Yang had only suppressed his cultivation to Transformation 2. Tuoba Tianhuang also did not expect the other to set a trap for him. He roared angrily and used his ultimate moves, but he was unable to turn the tables. He was defeated in less than 50 moves. Hu Yang did not win easily. He had the advantage of Transformation 1, but he still spent more than 50 moves to defeat the other. This made him think even more highly of this young man. I lost. Tuoba Tianhuang said in a low voice. His expression was very ugly. He had thought that he could sweep through all those of the same cultivation level. He did not expect to be defeated so quickly. You are already very good. After all, even though I have suppressed my cultivation, my insight and battle experience are much higher than yours. After Hu Yang beat him, he also began to feed honey. Follow me. He extended an olive branch. Join my Hu family gang. Not only will no one dare to bully you in the institute, you will also have a vast space for development in the future. Tuoba Tianhuang thought about it and slowly nodded. Firstly, he had indeed lost to Hu Yang. Secondly, he also realized that to rebuild the Tuoba family, he needed to borrow external power. Hu Yang's father was one of the 3 dukes of the court. This backer was strong enough. He might as well borrow power now. When his strength became absolute in the future, the Hu family would naturally suck up to him. Seeing that Tuoba Tianhuang had agreed to join the Hu family gang, Hu Yang was overjoyed. He looked at the other new students and said, "Are you all willing to join the Hu family gang?" Everyone looked at each other. Hu Yang was clearly putting on an expression that said if they did not join, he would beat them up. How could they choose? I am willing. I am willing as well. I am willing. Many people agreed after some consideration. Among the new students this time, other than Hong Tianliang, the others were all born in poverty. Otherwise, they would not have participated in the selection. To them, they really did need to find a backer in the institute, and the Hu family gang was a good choice. But not everyone was willing to be coerced. Lian Shuerong immediately shook her head and said, "I have no interest in joining any gang." She turned to leave. "Beauty, what's the hurry?" Su Yuliang immediately jumped out and blocked Lian Shuerong's path. "Move," Lian Shuerong said coldly. She had been a banner master for many years and naturally had an intimidating aura, causing Su Yuliang to choke. But Su Yuliang was also a 3rd transformation expert, and would not be intimidated by another 3rd transformation expert's aura. He revealed a frivolous expression and said, "Junior apprentice Sister Lian, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is there a lover waiting for you inside?" Whoosh, a whip lashed out. Su Yuliang retreated and dodged the whip. He licked his lips and said, "Oh, it's a rose with thorns." Lian Shuerong held a long whip in her hand and her expression was solemn. But when matched with her figure and seductive face, this style was incomparably alluring, causing everyone's eyes to stare. Even Hu Yang was no exception. He had not paid much attention to Lian Shuerong in the beginning, but only now did he discover that this delicate flower was extraordinarily enchanting. And it looked like his gains this time were not just a few subordinates. Scram! Lian Shuerong shouted coldly. Chapter 3272. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Tuoba Tianhuang's attack had been blocked by a meridian opening brat? Who could believe it? Only Lien Xuerong, Gu Qiuling, and Huan Xue's expressions were normal. They had long since known of Ling Han's strength, so they were naturally not surprised. Hu Yang's eyes also brightened. It seemed there really were a few treasures hidden among the new students this time. He was going to have a great harvest. Tuoba Tianhuang, on the other hand, did not feel too shocked. He had only used the power of 400,000 kilograms in this punch, which was slightly more than the power of 150,000 kilograms that he had when he was at 20 meridians. Considering that Ling Han had stopped at 20 meridians for such a long time, it was not impossible that his power had increased a little more. However, 400,000 gene of strength was just a drizzle to him. Ling Han had been able to block his first attack, but could he block a second and a third? At least you didn't make me look down on you too much, said Tuoba Tianhuang indifferently. This time, he looked down on Ling Han from a higher position. Ling Han snorted, "You've learned to be a lackey so quickly?" Tuoba Tianhuang's expression couldn't help but change. Although he consoled himself by saying that joining the Hu clan gang was only a temporary measure to temporarily borrow the power and reputation of the Hu clan, it couldn't change the fact that it was called the Hu clan gang. Not the Tuoba gang. "You're still as sharp-tongued as ever," he said coldly. "You've spent all your energy on talking. No wonder you haven't broken through to the blood transformation realm. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Don't talk to yourself." Ling Han shook his head. "Come, make your move. I want to see just how much of my strength you can force out of me." Tuoba Tianhuang almost went crazy from anger. He was only in the blood transformation realm. He was the stronger one. Those words should have been said by him. Truly arrogant. He snorted coldly, and power surged from his feet. Bang, he charged out, punching out 500,000 gene of strength. He knew that 500,000 gene of strength was the limit of the meridian opening realm. He did not believe that Ling Han could reach such a height. Ling Han casually punched back. He planned to properly teach this Tuoba Tianhuang a lesson today, so he played with him for a bit. Peng, the fist force of the two collided, but once again it was a draw. Tuoba Tianhuang was truly shocked this time. "You've actually reached the peak of the meridian opening realm." Ling Han was flabbergasted. When had 500,000 pounds of force been the limit of the meridian opening realm? Where had he heard that from? He shook his head, disinclined to continue explaining. "Come again. Today, I'll make you feel despair." When Hu Yang saw this, he was also a bit astonished. This meridian opening realm really gave him a pleasant surprise. To be able to possess 250,000 pounds of force, not only had he opened all the hidden meridians in his body, he had even cultivated his body. It was really hard to imagine that a person from a remote town could actually be a physique cultivator. In reality, it wasn't that body cultivators were impossible. Families at the ultimate bone realm could also afford to buy several packets of medicinal bath materials. The key was that several packets weren't enough. They needed to invest in them endlessly. If one counted this, then those who could truly be called body cultivators were all in the engravement realm. He was also a body cultivator, but in the meridian opening realm, he had only been able to push his strength to 100,000 kilograms. There was no way around it. If he wanted to go any higher, the materials he needed would be far too expensive. Even the Hu family was unable to afford it. "Arrogant, I'll let you be arrogant." Tuoba Tianhuang sneered. His physical strength had reached 1,000,000 kilograms, comparable to an ordinary third transformation expert. That was a level that meridian opening experts could only look up to. "Who told you to be stubborn?" He attacked for the third time, slapping out with his palm. Hong, power whistled through the air. This time, he raised his strength to 800,000 gene. He didn't need to use any techniques, he just used his strength to crush his opponent. This kind of victory was the most satisfying. Bam Ling Han also met it with a palm. When their palms collided, a powerful shockwave was created. At the same time, a thunderous sound rang out. It's still a tie. Win. Lose. Hiss. It wasn't just Tuoba Tianhuang. Even Hu Yang and the others were startled. Although they didn't know exactly how much strength Tuoba Tianhuang had used, they knew it had definitely surpassed 200,000 jin. Hu Yang's heart shook. Was he going to encounter a little monster who had reached the peak of meridian opening? Tuoba Tianhuang's expression finally became solemn. That was because 400,000 jin was already close to his limit. But from how Ling Han was acting, it seemed he was still holding back. This was the first time he felt uncertain. It couldn't be that his opponent really could compare to him, right? Just how did this fellow cultivate? Only now did he realize that it wasn't that Ling Han was weaker than him, but that Ling Han had walked even further in the meridian opening realm, reaching a height that he couldn't even imagine. Then let me see just what level you've reached. Tuoba Tianhuang once more charged out. This time, he didn't hold back at all, and he completely unleashed his power. His speed had also reached the speed of sound, and his entire body seemed to be enveloped by a layer of air. Ling Han only unleashed 1,000,000 jin of power to clash with Tuoba Tianhuang. Everyone was dazzled. So the meridian opening realm could be this powerful. As for Hu Yang, he was able to see even more things. Normally, the blood transformation realm needed to reach the third transformation before they could reach the speed of sound. From this, it could be seen that Tuoba Tianhuang was truly a genius. But Ling Han was clearly only in the meridian opening realm, but his speed had also reached the speed of sound. Now that was terrifying. He definitely had to recruit him. Hu Yang thought inside. He had originally thought that he could raise Tuoba Tianhuang into his #1 subordinate. But now it seemed he would have to change that person. Ling Han, I take back my words. You haven't disappointed me. Tuoba Tianhuang laughed, battle intent blazing. He had always wanted to have another fight with Ling Han. Now his wish had finally been fulfilled. Ling Han smiled inside. If he had truly used his full strength, then how could Tuoba Tianhuang have been able to say such grand words? He would have already been beaten to the ground. But his target was Hu Yang. Right now, he naturally wouldn't reveal all his trump cards. The two of them exchanged blows, but their strength was equal. They were both geniuses in martial art, and it was unrealistic for them to rely on techniques to suppress the other. Their battle was incomparably intense, but it was difficult to determine a victor. Hu Yang was incomparably excited. This fellow had reached the peak of the meridian opening realm. Even if his physical strength and secret energy had combined to reach such a height, it was still shocking. He had picked up a treasure, he had picked up a treasure. Receive my cold ice blade again. Tuoba Tianhuang roared. When he once more attacked with his palm, dense white qi coiled around it. The surrounding temperature immediately plummeted. He had used this technique in the Battle of Hidden Tiger City. But now its power had increased by more than 10 times. He was confident that this kind of cold would definitely have a huge effect on Ling Han's body. Even if he only shivered from the cold, it would still be a huge opening in this kind of exchange. Ling Han felt the cold attack, but when it touched his body, it didn't affect him at all. That was because his body was too powerful. Reading on the phone was much more refreshing. Chapter 3273. Though Ling Han hadn't tested his strength for a long time, he believed that his physical strength definitely surpassed 500,000 kilograms. The medicinal bath before, and the red cloud rock afterwards, caused his physique's strength to soar rapidly. Of course, without the indestructible heaven scroll, he couldn't possibly be so fast, but who asked him to be once an invincible paragon, grasping who knew how many techniques, and having broad horizons? Improving cultivation techniques was a small matter. With a stronger physique, his qi and blood would naturally flourish, so how could it be frozen by Tuoba Tianhuang's cold air? You still haven't improved. Ling Han shook his head, swinging his fists continuously, his battle prowess not affected at all. What? Tuoba Tianhuang couldn't accept it. The current cold ice saber was propelled by him with his blood transformation tier cultivation level, and was more than 10 times stronger than before. This couldn't affect Ling Han at all. Looks like you don't have any new moves. Ling Han revealed a bored expression. Then I won't play with you anymore. Tuoba Tianhuang almost roared, play with you? Are you playing with me? This was a great humiliation to him. You're still so arrogant, he said darkly, but you've forgotten, what's the strongest point of the blood transformation tier? Hong, his chi and blood surged, and instantly, a terrifying aura surged out of his body, his power skyrocketing. Eat another palm. He propelled his cold ice palm forward. He originally had the strength of 500,000 kilograms, and now with a great burst, it surpassed 2,500,000 kilograms. This was extremely terrifying. Ling Han didn't take it head-on. Though he had already grasped Tuoba Tianhuang's attack frequency, and could completely nullify the other's attack, it really wasn't worth it. This wasn't his ultimate opponent. Thus, Ling Han only used the flying shuttle steps, continuously dodging. No one laughed at Ling Han, because most people would choose to dodge when facing the burst of a blood transformation tier, and not face it head-on, unless they had overwhelming power. On the other hand, if Ling Han clearly wasn't a match for Tuoba Tianhuang in terms of power, and still chose to face it head-on, that would really be too stupid. Ling Han did not push the flying shuttle steps to the limit. Instead, he stopped for a moment with each step. He only needed to ensure that he was not struck by Tuoba Tianhuang's attack. Otherwise, even if his physique had improved, it would be impossible for him to last 10 minutes. Yes, he needed a stronger physique. Ling Han thought so. Everyone felt their scalps turn numb as they watched him dodge so easily. So the Meridian Opening Realm could be this powerful. It should be known that Tuoba Tianhuang's current battle prowess was comparable to an ordinary 5th transformation expert. In other words, Ling Han would be able to withstand a few blows from a true 5 changes expert. It must only be a few moves, everyone thought. With his current speed, it was impossible for him to maintain it for too long. However, Ling Han's tenacity exceeded everyone's expectations. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 7 minutes, he was still dodging. Hiss, in another 3 minutes, Tuoba Tianhuang would fall from his berserk state. Tuoba Tianhuang's expression became more and more miserable. His berserk period was not just 10 minutes, but 11 minutes. But the problem was, so what if there was an extra minute? He still had a glimmer of hope, and that was to make use of everyone's mentality to think that a blood transformation realm expert's berserk period was only 10 minutes. Perhaps Ling Han would relax, and he would be able to succeed in one strike. All right. Fight, fight, fight. The 10 minutes passed very quickly. However, to Tuoba Tianhuang's disappointment, Ling Han did not launch a counterattack. Instead, he continued to pull away. Aren't you being too careful? Tuoba Tianhuang was speechless. Facing such a cautious opponent, his plan would only fail. He was speechless. How could this kid have so much battle experience? He did not seem like an 18 or 19-year-old youth at all. He was simply a veteran warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. This was natural. Ling Han had experienced countless battles in the Yuan world. Scheming against him? Hee. Once Tuoba Tianhuang's berserk period was over, Ling Han launched a counterattack. He still did not use too much power. He was only slightly stronger than Tuoba Tianhuang. He seized the opportunity and gave Tuoba Tianhuang a blow. This did not affect Tuoba Tianhuang's ability to continue fighting. But after being hit by a Meridian Opening Realm expert, did he still have the face to continue fighting? His face was filled with disappointment. His confidence had been shattered into pieces. He had the advantage of a major realm, and his blood qi was boiling. If he still could not take down Ling Han after such a great explosion, would he still have the face to appear in front of Ling Han? Clap, clap, clap. Hu Yang began to applaud. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Ling Han looked at him and said, "You were the one who injured Flag Lord Lien, right?" Lien Shuerong was at the third transformation. Even in the entire academy, there were not many who could defeat her. "Just a spar," Hu Yang said indifferently. "Ling Han, right? I have high hopes for you. Among the younger generation of the Imperial City, there are not many who have reached the first limit of the opening pulse tier, and you are probably the only one who has not broken through to the blood transformation tier. Even if you flatter me, you won't be able to escape the result of being beaten up by me," Ling Han indifferently said. He only fought with Tuoba Tianhuang because he hated him for not fighting for himself and helping outsiders bully his own people. But it was different against Hu Yang. He had injured Lien Shuerong. With Ling Han's protective nature, there was no way he would let him off. Hu Yang's expression darkened. He had high hopes for Ling Han, but that did not mean he could let Ling Han walk all over his head and behave atrociously. This thorn definitely had to be ground. Otherwise, even if he was lured into the Hu clan with benefits, he would still become a source of trouble in the future. "Ling Han, you really are too arrogant," he said indifferently. "Only those who don't have strength are arrogant. Those who have strength are confident." Ling Han smiled. "Come, do you also want to suppress your realm and fight with me?" "Fine, I'll let you lose wholeheartedly," Hu Yang said casually. "I'll also fight with you at the first transformation." Bang! Ling Han stomped down and instantly exploded with astonishing speed. He punched out at Hu Yang. Hu Yang also punched out. His realm was so high, and there was no way he could dodge Ling Han's attack. Bam! The sound was like thunder, and energy shot out. Hu Yang was pushed back 7 steps, his face full of shock. What? Hu Yang was actually not a match for Ling Han. Although everyone knew that Hu Yang had suppressed his cultivation, he was so strong. As long as his realm was above Ling Han's, he should not have been a match for him. Only Hu Yang himself knew just how much power he had used in that punch. He had actually suppressed his power to the second transformation, and his second transformation's power was enough to reach about 1,200,000 kilograms. But against Ling Han, he was completely no match for him. Hiss, this guy had been holding back when he was fighting with Tuoba Tianhuang. Fuck, he had purposely set a trap for him. Hu Yang's expression was dark. Was this really a young man who had walked out from a remote and desolate place? This scheming was too deep. Simply black-bellied. He took a deep breath, and said, "So, your true power has surpassed the first limit, and even far surpassed it." "What first limit?" Tuoba Tianhuang was puzzled, and so he asked the Hu clan members beside him for guidance. When the others simply explained the 2 limits of 5 million kilograms and 2 million kilograms, he could not help but be shocked and sink into even deeper despair. So, he really was a frog at the bottom of a well. To think that he had thought that he was only slightly inferior to Ling Han. Chapter 3274. Ling Han smiled slightly, and said, "If I didn't have some ability, wouldn't I be eaten up by you scum until not even my bones were left? How would I be able to beat a vicious dog?" He did not show any mercy with his words, and his words were truly vicious. Save face for what? The other had come to bully them, and had even beaten Lien Shuerong. This matter could not be resolved peacefully. Hu Yang's expression became even uglier. Although he also knew that geniuses were all arrogant, but arrogance was arrogance. Which one had such a vicious mouth like Ling Han? Too inconsiderate. Humph, your mouth doesn't have a filter. Let me properly discipline you. He leapt out, attacking towards Ling Han. This time, his strength had increased to 1,500,000 gene. What suppression to a cultivation level of 1 change, pay. Ling Han met him head-on. Peng, the two of them once again collided, and a wave of power transformed into a ripple visible to the naked eye, shaking out in all directions. Hu Yang's figure swayed, and he retreated another 3 steps, while Ling Han stood steadily, not moving. This time, Hu Yang was truly moved. 1,500,000 gene of strength was still not enough to suppress Ling Han. This brat's strength had most likely reached 1,600,000. Too terrifying. He suddenly had a thought. Would this person become the second Hong Tianbu? Back then, that person had reached a mighty strength of 1 million gene in the opening pulse tier, and thus began his legend, becoming the nightmare of everyone who had been in the same period as him. Fortunately, because that person was too monstrous, he had only stayed in the academy for a few years. If Ling Han became the second Hong Tianbu, then wouldn't he have to live under an endless shadow once more? No, a monster like Hong Tianbu could only appear once in this world. There would not be a second, or else it would really be too hard for people to live. The second limit of the opening pulse tier, only Hong Tianbu could reach it. Hu Yang gave a loud roar, and once again increased his strength. 2 million gene of strength. This would definitely be enough to suppress him. Pung. The two of them clashed again. This time, Ling Han was indeed no match for him. His figure swayed and he retreated again and again, but he was not injured at all. Ling Han's strength was about 1,600,000 kilograms. Then, in the exchange of blows, he would have to suffer a force of 400,000 kilograms. However, to his current physique, this was already not too much of a burden. He could completely endure it. At the very least, a few attacks would not be a problem. Brother Yang, good job. Compared to our brother Yang, you're just trash. The people of the Hu family gang all waved their flags and shouted, cheering for Hu Yang. Previously, Hu Yang had suffered losses again and again, causing them to feel very depressed. Now, they could finally cheer to their heart's content. Gu Qiling found it strange and said, "What's there to be proud of when a fifth blood transformation cultivator suppresses a meridian opening cultivator?" He was a straightforward young man. If he had any questions, he would naturally ask them immediately. All of a sudden, all the shouting stopped. Yeah, so what if he had the upper hand? What was there to be proud of? A fifth transformation realm cultivator bullying a meridian opening realm cultivator. Hu Yang gritted his teeth. In any case, he was already shameless. What else was there to worry about? He no longer held back and went all out. When he was in the meridian opening realm, he had opened 20 meridians. His secret strength was as high as 400,000 kilograms. Coupled with the body technique that he cultivated, his limit was 600,000 kilograms. It was not easy at all. Now that he had entered the fifth blood transformation, his secret strength was as high as 2.5 million kilograms. Although his physical strength did not increase much because the materials needed for body cultivation were too expensive, it had reached 600,000 kilograms. Although the two could not reach a perfect state, it was still as high as 2.5 million kilograms. It was almost 50% more than an ordinary fifth blood transformation. And this was still under the condition that his blood and qi were not boiling. Otherwise, his physical strength could reach around 3 million kilograms, but his physical strength could not be doubled by his blood and qi. However, under the pressure of 3 million kilograms of force, a punch from him would definitely cause Ling Han to explode. Of course, he did not dare to kill Ling Han. Firstly, the two of them did not have such a deep hatred. Secondly, he wanted to recruit Ling Han. Thirdly, if he killed him, the academy would punish him severely. 1 million kilograms of force was more than enough. Brat, don't be too arrogant. You have to know that there are always people stronger than you. He laughed and punched out at Ling Han. Ling Han did not clash head-on with him. His feet shifted as he tried to familiarize himself with Hu Yang's strength. Occasionally, he would send out a punch. Even Hu Yang did not dare to take 1 million kilograms of force head-on. Seeing that Ling Han and Hu Yang were exchanging blows, and then thinking about how he himself had been defeated by Hu Yang after only 50 moves, Tuoba Tianhuang's expression was extremely dark. With every extra glance he took, he felt as if his confidence was being sapped away a little more. 100 exchanges, 200 exchanges. The two of them were still fighting, and Hu Yang gradually lost his patience. He was a fifth blood transformation expert. If he was unable to defeat a meridian opening expert after so long, he would lose all face. He began to increase his power to 2.5 million kilograms. Ling Han instantly felt pressured. Such a violent blast of power brought about an incredibly terrifying gust of wind, which affected his movements. He planned to counterattack. After fighting for so long, he had already grasped Hu Yang's attack frequency. Just as he was about to punch, a light suddenly flashed through his mind. This was related to the flying shuttle steps. He had long since grasped this footwork technique, but there were a few mantras that he had always felt were a bit strange. They seemed a bit inappropriate or even redundant. But now, he had grasped the inspiration. So that was how it was. He suddenly laughed loudly. He was like a willow in the wind, swaying gently. His entire body even seemed to fly, stepping on the air like a flying immortal. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a battle before. Someone could actually fly in the air. Hu Yang was also stunned. Ling Han could fly? Fuck, then how was he supposed to fight? If he couldn't win, he could just fly into the air. How was he supposed to chase him? But he was still a fifth blood transformation expert, and he immediately grasped the subtleties. So Ling Han did not really know how to fly. Instead, he was like a kite, borrowing the power of his attacks to fly. The power of 2.5 million kilograms was, of course, large enough to completely support the weight of a person. This was like a violent wave that could even capsize a large ship, but humans could conquer the huge wave and steer it forward with only a surfboard. Now, Ling Han was stepping on his force wave and had achieved soaring success. But the problem was, even if he knew this, he could not imitate it. Because the force was chaotic, it was like many waves were crashing over, and it was very easy to be knocked over. Therefore, it was possible for him to borrow one stream of energy, but it was impossible for him to borrow 10 or 100 streams of energy. Come down! Hu Yang shouted. His punches became irregular. He wanted to disrupt Ling Han's rhythm and make him fall from the sky. However, Ling Han moved with the wind, and was still as light as a feather. It was as if he had become a piece of paper. No matter how strong the wind was, it could blow away houses, but it could not tear a piece of paper. Ling Han's control over his power had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Chapter 3276. What did Ling Han mean by saying that out of the blue? The eruption of the blood transformation realm only lasted for 10 minutes. It turned out that Ling Han had only been talking to him to stall for time. His intention was to waste the explosive period of his blood chi boiling. Fuck, how can you be so treacherous? How can you be so careless, shameless, too shameless? Hu Yang was so angry that he was completely speechless. You are a genius, and we are from the same academy, yet you actually used such a dirty trick. However, aren't you a little too confident? Even if I can't boil my blood chi, how can you be my opponent? Shameless bastard, do you really think that I can't deal with you just because I don't have my explosive power? He said in a sinister voice. He still possessed nearly 1 million kilograms of strength, which was almost twice as much as Ling Han. This doubling of strength was not as simple as two people joining hands. Although Ling Han's movement technique was light, he did not have to use his strength. It was not like he could not afford to waste time. If you don't apologize to senior apprentice Sister Lian, I'll beat you until you do. Ling Han attacked Hu Yang. Only now did everyone understand what Ling Han meant with his words just now. All of them thought to themselves that this person was truly black-bellied. He actually thought of using such a method to exhaust Hu Yang's trump card. But thinking about it again, Ling Han was only in the meridian opening realm. It was not fair for him to fight Hu Yang. Was he really going to stupidly fight him head-on? he was forced to use such a move. Besides, Hu Yang was the one who stopped. Who could he blame? Boom boom boom. Ling Han and Hu Yang battled fiercely. This time, Hu Yang did not explode with power. Although he still held an absolute advantage in terms of power, against Ling Han's lightning-quick movement technique, this excess power could not play a decisive role. In other words, if Hu Yang did not use his ultimate move, he would never be able to defeat Ling Han. Of course, it was the same the other way around. The initiative was still in Hu Yang's hands. Soon, that would not be the case. Ling Han said in his heart. He grasped Hu Yang's attack frequency, then activated the Monkey King's cultivation method and fiercely punched out. This was the Demon Monkey Fist. When executed in the hands of the current Ling Han, it was as if he had transformed into an ancient demon monkey, capable of destroying the heavens and suppressing the earth. In addition to the stacking of 20 layers of strength, it possessed an incomparably terrifying destructive prowess. Moreover, this strength overlay was adjusted according to Hu Yang's attack frequency. Hu Yang's attack met it head-on, but the power disintegrated layer by layer, as if it existed in name only. Bam! Ling Han punched, and Hu Yang's entire body was sent flying. At that moment, the whole place fell silent. In a head-on confrontation, an opening meridian had sent a fifth transformation expert flying. Even though Hu Yang had not used boiling blood qi, this was still an unbelievable miracle. Hu Yang was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground, but he immediately got up. His expression changed drastically. He had actually been sent flying by Ling Han. This was not because he had underestimated his opponent, but in a head-on confrontation. There was no doubt that by tomorrow, this matter would spread throughout the institute, and he would become a complete laughingstock. In the future, he would also become the first supporting character in Ling Han's legend. No, he could not be defeated. He did not want to be this kind of antagonist. He spat out a mouthful of blood. That attack just now had indeed injured him, but he was after all in the fifth transformation. This kind of attack was not enough to seriously injure him. Hu Yang's arms spread open, and both of his hands turned into claws. Black light flashed on his fingertips. Ling Han shuddered. His opponent had used a martial technique. Just think of the Demon Monkey Fist. This could stack up to 108 layers of strength. How shocking was its power! You should be proud to be able to force me to use the Claw of Annihilation, Hu Yang said darkly. Ling Han cracked his knuckles, making crisp cracking sounds. He was not afraid of this battle. Annihilation Myriad. Hu Yang leapt forward and pressed out with his claw. It formed multiple shadows that pressed towards Ling Han. Ling Han used the Demon Monkey Fist to meet Hu Yang's attack. Bang! Fist and palm collided, and a thunderous sound exploded. Ling Han's body shook, and he staggered backwards. He raised his hand and saw that there were a few bloody holes on his fist. Although they did not penetrate deep into his flesh, they had already touched his bones. The power of this claw was shocking. Ling Han shook his hand. Luckily, his bones were hard. Otherwise, it was very likely that his bones would have been broken. As expected, it was very powerful. Humph, you have no idea what price I paid to learn the Claw of Annihilation. Hu Yang said proudly. Starting from the age of 5, I stuck my fingers into a box filled with metal spikes every day. Do you know how painful that was? After each time, I soaked my fingers in medicine to quickly heal the wounds. But although the wounds healed, the pain remained. Just like that, day after day, year after year, I practiced for a total of 22 years. Ling Han smiled faintly. Not bad, your perseverance is not bad. From his perspective, in the origin world, who would not spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years to practice a martial art? Hu Yang only used 22 years, and it was actually not that bad. It could not be helped. In this world, martial art had just begun to flourish, and the lifespan of the blood-changing realm was only about 200 years. Hu Yang was very displeased with Ling Han's reply. He snorted and said, "You seem to think otherwise. Then let me show you the true power of the Claw of Annihilation." He charged over, his claws dancing, and launched a fierce attack towards Ling Han. Since he knew the power of the Claw of Annihilation, Ling Han of course would not take it head-on. Instead, he used the flying shuttle steps, and his figure floated as he continuously dodged. He sighed inwardly. His body refinement had not reached perfection. Otherwise, why would he be afraid of the Claw of Annihilation? Do you think that I will not be able to do anything to you just because you have increased the distance between us? Hu Yang smirked coldly. Shwa, 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 he continued to strike out with his claws. His chi shot out, forming multiple claws that could be seen with the naked eye. This was the Claw of Annihilation. Even if it was just the energy it sent out, it was filled with destructive power. Ling Han's figure swayed as he dodged his opponent's attacks. He punched out with his demon monkey fist, taking advantage of the openings his opponent had revealed to counterattack. However, the two of them had already pulled away. With their speed, the chances of their attacks hitting each other were extremely low. The two of them continued to clash like this. It looked like neither of them could do anything to the other, but both of them were clear that this battle had now become a battle of endurance. Whoever could last longer would obtain victory. Who could have imagined this? A meridian opening realm could actually force a 5 transformation expert to this extent. Speaking of which, Hu Yang really was wronged. If he had used the Claw of Annihilation when his blood chi was boiling, then it would have been impossible for Ling Han to dodge. That attack speed was just too fast. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but say that Ling Han was two-faced. However, there was no way the secret energy reserves of a meridian opening realm expert could compare to a 5 transformation expert. The final result would definitely be Hu Yang's victory. Chapter 3277. A Beautiful Romance. However, the result greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Ling Han could endure very well, to the point that a certain person started to despair. Hu Yang found that he was the first to be unable to endure. Activating the Claw of Destruction took a great toll on him. Normally speaking, he had to succeed in 10 minutes, which was about the same as the blood energy boil. But now, Ling Han had already lasted for 15 minutes. Hu Yang instantly felt great pressure. He was almost unable to maintain the activation of the Claw of Destruction. If this continued, he would lose. He was shocked. Before this, how could he have thought that he would lose to an opening pulse realm? Only one person had ever accomplished such a feat, Hong Tianbu. Was he really going to become a supporting character in contrast to Ling Han? One had to know that the 5 transformations that had lost to Hong Tianbu was a great joke. Even though Hong Tianbu was like the sun in the sky right now, no one thought highly of him. He did not want to be the second. But what great move could he use? This time, he had come to trample on the spirit of the new students, and also to take in some subordinates. He naturally could not make any preparations, and bring along seal soldiers or talismans. Due to this, he did not even have a trump card to turn the tables. What to do, what to do? Lightning flashed through Hu Yang's mind, but he could not think of any way to turn defeat into victory. "Stop," he shouted loudly. But Ling Han would not pay attention to him. His figure continued to move, his fists swinging, giving Hu Yang great pressure. This brat, how could he not have any face? Hu Yang shouted loudly, and said, "This young master is not feeling well today, I will fight you again in the future." He had used the blood energy boil, so if he could use it again, it would be easy to suppress Ling Han. A gentleman's revenge was never too late. Moreover, if they continued to fight, it was possible that he would be beaten up by Ling Han. He believed that Ling Han was capable of doing such a thing. Shio, he turned and ran. Using the speed of sound, he instantly disappeared. Ran. The people of the Hu family gang were all gaping. Their boss had abandoned the battle and run. That was too inconceivable. His opponent was just a meridian opening expert. The expressions of those who knew about Hong Tianbu changed drastically. They thought of a possibility. Perhaps a second Hong Tianbu would appear in the academy, covering the sky with one hand, causing everyone to only be able to look up to him. Tuoba Tianhuang gritted his teeth, and his expression was very ferocious. He had been easily defeated by Hu Yang, but Ling Han had been able to force Hu Yang to flee. Although it was because Ling Han had used a scheme, it was still undeniable that there was a huge gap between the two of them. Did he deserve to be called a genius in front of Ling Han? No, he was not satisfied. He wanted to become stronger. If he couldn't defeat Ling Han at the 5 transformations, then he would rush to the ultimate bone realm. If the ultimate bone realm still wasn't enough, then he would go to the engravement realm. He believed that as long as he had a suppressive advantage in terms of cultivation base, no matter how strong Ling Han's battle prowess was, he would eventually lose. After Hu Yang left, the members of the Hu family gang paused for a moment, then naturally left one after another. Who still dared to provoke Ling Han? Ling Han didn't take advantage of his victory to chase after Hu Yang. He didn't even look at Tuoba Tianhuang. Instead, he walked to Lien Shuerong's side and said, "Flag Master Lien, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lien Shuerong nodded. Hu Yang had seen that she was beautiful to the bone, and some sort of evil thought had been aroused in him. He naturally couldn't bear to heavily injure her. "Thank you, Ling Han," she said seriously. She really hadn't expected that in such a short period of time, the youth she had brought from a truly remote and desolate place had already blossomed with limitless brilliance, even leaving her in the dust. It had to be known that Ling Han was only at the meridian opening realm. If he stepped into the blood transformation realm, just how strong would he be? Could it be that he really could stand shoulder to shoulder with that white-robed, omnipotent person? Lien Shuerong was a little absent-minded. There had always been a person in her heart who was like a deity, but now, this person was becoming dim. After all, she had only seen him from afar, and had mostly only heard of his legends. He wasn't like Ling Han, who was alive and well, and had even stood up for her. "Flag Master Lien, rest well," Ling Han said. He had to continue refining his body. This was the most important matter. A day later, the news of Hu Yang being beaten to the point of fleeing by Ling Han had already spread throughout the academy, instantly causing a huge uproar. Hu Yang was not an ordinary person at the 5 transformations, but was a genius who had once cultivated to the limits of the meridian opening realm. He had also cultivated in-body techniques, and now possessed a mighty strength of nearly 3 million jin. Yet, he had actually been defeated by Ling Han. Hiss, why did this sound so familiar? Hong Tian's steps a figure flashed across everyone's heart. This was a miracle that only Hong Tian's steps could create. In just one day, Ling Han's reputation had risen, while Hu Yang's had fallen to the bottom of the valley. However, in the eyes of the true overlords of the academy, Ling Han could only be considered to have just risen. The rumors are too exaggerated. What Hong Tian steps number 2, hee. Xianyuan Dingguo laughed. He was the son of one of the 4 great commanders, Great Commander Xianyuan. Great Commander Xianyuan was also the only one of the 4 great commanders with a surname as his title. Beside him, a young man stood solemnly. Hearing this, he also laughed and said, "Although Hu Yang can't be called a peak expert, his strength isn't weak either. To be able to beat him away, that junior brother surnamed Ling does have some ability. And he's very black-bellied." Xianyuan Dingguo laughed loudly. To actually let Hu Yang waste the opportunity of his blood qi boil in a muddle-headed manner. This matter is what will make Hu Yang a joke for the rest of his life. Another young man also laughed. Fortunately, it wasn't a battle of life and death. Otherwise, Hu Yang's name would go down in history. His name was Bei Hegi, and he was Xianyuan Dingguo's right-hand man. The old man of the Bei family was also a general under Great Commander Xianyuan, and he was extremely brave. Xianyuan Dingguo tapped his fingers and said seriously, "However, to be able to beat someone at the 5 blood transformations at the illuminating pulse realm. No matter how you look at it, our junior brother Ling is very powerful. His potential is astonishing, and he's worth nurturing. You think highly of him? Bei Hegi asked. Hee, the Hong Tian steps has been invincible for too long. If there's a second Hong Tian steps, wouldn't that be a little more interesting? Xianyuan Dingwa laughed. Bei Hegi was surprised. Although our junior brother has already displayed extremely monstrous strength, there's only one Hong Tian steps. In the entire world, there was only one Hong Tian steps. This was because his talent could no longer be described as genius or monstrous. It could suppress the heavens, and there could only be one such person. It's fine. Let's make friends first, and we'll see in the future, Xianyuan Dingwa said. Make a trip on my behalf and convey the goodwill of the Xianyuan family. Okay. Bei Hegi didn't say anything else. Since Xianyuan Dingwa had already made his decision, he could only carry it out. This was how a qualified subordinate should be. His eyes were filled with respect. Actually, Xianyuan Dingwa was also an amazing genius, but the people of this generation had been suppressed too badly by the Hong Tian steps. No matter how brilliant you were, in front of the Hong Tian steps, you were like the light of a firefly. How could you compete with the brilliance of the sun? He sighed in his heart. Even that junior brother Ling was the same. Now that the Hong Tian steps was in power, any genius could only be overshadowed. Chapter 3278. After a night, Hu Yang had completely recovered to his peak condition. In other words, he could boil his blood energy at any time and explode with his strongest battle prowess. He immediately wanted to find Ling Han and teach Ling Han a lesson to vent his anger. But he quickly received news that many people had come to visit Ling Han this morning, such as Bei Hegi and Lu Shiming. Who was Bei Hegi? He was Xianyuan Dingwa's right-hand man. Him going to see Ling Han was definitely not a private matter, but a representation of Xianyuan Dingwa's will. And Lu Shiming? He was Qin Xingho's subordinate, and Qin Xingho was the 7th grandson of the Vajra general. Hu Yang immediately had misgivings. If he went to Ling Han's residence to beat someone up, it would be a slap to Xianyuan Dingwa and Qin Xingho's faces. Although Hu Yang's expansion of the Hu clan would inevitably cause conflict with the Xianyuan gang and Qin Xingho, that was just a small conflict between his subordinates. It wouldn't reach their level. If they really fought head-on, both the Xianyuan gang and the Qin gang could easily beat the Hu clan into a sorry state. Offending both at the same time? Haha. Therefore, impulsively running over and directly attacking was not feasible. However, it was absolutely impossible for Hu Yang to swallow this insult. Then I'll issue him a challenge. Hu Yang had an idea. If Ling Han accepted the challenge, then he could beat up Ling Han during the fight. Even Xianyuan Dingwa and Qin Xingho couldn't say anything. If Ling Han didn't accept, then he could naturally recover his fallen reputation. Look, beating Hu Yang away. It was all nonsense. Yes, this idea was not bad. He immediately sent someone to send a letter to challenge Ling Han. Ling Han was in the middle of body tempering when Summoned Snow received the letter of challenge. Hu Yang wants to challenge me. He couldn't help but laugh. What kind of joke was this? A 5 transformation expert wanted to challenge a mere illuminating pulse cultivator like him? He only needed to think for a moment to understand Hu Yang's intentions. To respond or not to respond? Ling Han glanced at the letter of challenge and couldn't help but reveal a wisp of surprise. Because it said that for the sake of fairness, Ling Han was allowed to use any immortal artifact or talisman soldier. But the problem was, with Ling Han's current status, what kind of Dharma artifact or talisman soldier could he get that could unleash the power of the 5th transformation and above? This was naturally Hu Yang pretending to be generous. Ling Han connected his photon computer to the Academy's main photon computer and searched for some information. This was the Academy's internal network, and only the Academy students had the qualifications to access it. They could search for information about the Academy, including cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Ling Han was looking for the weapon nurturing tree. Have his eyes lit up. The weapon nurturing tree grew in the Academy, and there was a beast watching it. It was obvious that the Academy owned it, so there was a high chance that it would have the relevant information. When the weapon nurturing leaf was fully grown, it could be used as an engravement realm talisman soldier. However, it could still be used if it was not fully grown, but its power would be slightly weaker. How to tell? Lu Sheng looked at the veins on the weapon nurturing leaf. 4 veins meant that it had fully grown and was an engravement realm talisman soldier. 3 veins meant the extreme of the extreme bone realm. 2 veins meant the blood transformation realm, and 1 vein meant the illuminating pulse realm. Ling Han took out his 13 leaves and examined them. He found that 9 of them had 3 veins, and the remaining 4 had 2 veins. He couldn't help but smile. This was going to be interesting. Ling Han told Huan Xue to send a reply. They could spar, but they needed to add a stake, in other words, a bet. He took out the pills that he had refined over the past few days. There were hundreds of them, and their value was shocking. Since he had to use up a weapon nurturing leaf, it was not worth it to just beat someone up. Ling Han was not such a wasteful person. He was not afraid of the Academy finding out, because this matter could not be hidden. However, no one from the Academy had come looking for him over the past 2 days, which was probably a tacit approval of his success. He had stolen it with his ability. Now, this ball was thrown back to Hu Yang. This brat actually agreed. Hu Yang was shocked. He had thought that Ling Han would admit defeat. Did he want to embarrass himself in front of everyone? Oh. He understood now. The problem was with the stakes. This brat wanted to use the stakes to scare him off. Indeed, the value of a few hundred pulse-probing pills was shocking, but he was the son of one of the 3 dukes, Hu Yunfeng. He could still afford this bit of wealth. He agreed. When the news spread that Ling Han was going to fight Hu Yang in 3 days, it immediately caused another uproar in the Academy. Of course, Hu Yang was going to fight. He had lost so much face that he definitely had to get it back. But why did Ling Han accept the challenge? He already had a huge amount of glory. What was the point of fighting Hu Yang again? Furthermore, most people knew that Hu Yang had lost because he had wasted the opportunity to use his blood qi to boil. If they fought again, Ling Han's chances of winning were pitifully small. No, it should be 0. Everyone was puzzled. Lian Shuerong had specially come to find Ling Han and asked him to cancel the fight, but Ling Han had already decided to use the weapon nurturing leaf to fix Hu Yang. Naturally, he would not agree. Last time, he had only beaten Hu Yang away. He had not yet fulfilled his promise to beat him up. In these 3 days, Ling Han diligently cultivated. Now, he only lacked physical arts, and because of the large amount of red cloud stones, he was confident that he could reach the limit of physical arts in 10 days. 10 days later, he would reach the blood-changing tier. He was filled with anticipation. After reaching the blood-changing tier, he might not be able to send the Empress and the others out, but at least he would be able to communicate with them. 2 days later, Ling Han went to the Academy's training field to test his strength. There was a strength measuring machine here. The limit was as high as 10 million kilograms, and this was also the limit of all the strength measuring machines. Any stronger than that could not be measured. Ling Han did not want others to know his background, so he was very low-key. He did not even bring his little servant girl. Let's test my secret power first. He had originally thought that the limit of his secret power was 1,000,000 kilograms, but after the fight at the Hu clan, he found out that his secret power limit had actually exceeded 1,000,000 kilograms. Hu Yang's surname was also Hu. Did he have a grudge with someone with the surname Hu? Peng He punched the strength measuring machine, and the number immediately appeared. 1,500,000 kilograms. Ling Han was shocked. It was said that the limit of the illuminating meridian was 1,000,000 kilograms of secret power and 1,000,000 kilograms of physical strength. After the two were perfectly combined, the limit could reach 2,000,000 kilograms. This was the second extreme of the illuminating meridian. Currently, only Hong Tian's steps had reached it. But his secret power had reached 1,500,000 kilograms. Although it was not much, only 10%, but in a fight between experts, would they be able to afford a difference of 10%? He tested his physical strength again. Peng, the strength measuring machine trembled, and the number changed again. 6,000,000 kilograms. And the total value was 1,500,000 kilograms. In other words, the secret power and physical strength had not been perfectly combined, and there was a huge waste. It could not be helped. These few days, he had been focused on cultivating his physical arts. Naturally, he did not have time to combine the secret power. This is not urgent. Now, I just need to increase my strength. Ling Han's improvement in his physical arts was very obvious. Although the increase in his physique could not be seen directly, the increase in physical strength was real. He could almost increase his strength by 100,000 kilograms in a day. A night passed, and the day of the battle arrived. Chapter 3280. Ling Han returned to his residence and continued his seclusion. For him, the conflict with Hu Yang was only a small interlude. His journey was the sea of stars, so how could he keep an eye on such a small character? He focused on refining his body, striving to reach the consummate level of illuminating pulse as soon as possible and break through to blood-changing tier. The Academy's evaluation of him, on top of being powerful, added the word two-faced. He really cheated too much, defeating Hu Yang with a seal soldier, causing him to lose face and wealth. Ling Han was also displeased. He wasted a ultimate bone tier seal soldier for this. Was that something 5,000,000 Xianbei coins could be exchanged for? However, severely injuring Hu Yang finally helped Lian Shuerong vent her anger, and Ling Han still felt it was worth it. He closed the door and refused to meet guests, focusing on refining his body. The little female attendant didn't waste the Academy's resources, attending classes every day, and was rapidly improving her cultivation. Ling Han's physique was rapidly improving, and the indestructible Heaven Scroll was displaying an astonishing effect. Limited by Ling Han's cultivation level, he could not possibly think of cultivation techniques for the blood transformation tier and the extreme bone tier out of thin air, but for those in the illuminating meridian tier, this was definitely a rare and valuable body refining technique. After all, this was the product of billions of years. Another 6 days passed, and Ling Han's physique reached its limit, unable to improve any further. Reaching a bottleneck, no matter how he bathed in medicine or used red cloud rock, his power wouldn't improve, and his physique didn't change at all. He tested it with the strength measuring machine, and his physical strength similarly reached 1,100,000 kilograms. If the two were combined, it would reach 2,000,000 kilograms. The second limit of illuminating pulse tier. Ling Han wasn't in a hurry to break through to blood-changing tier, as he still hadn't perfectly combined the two powers. Since he was already late for so many days, a few more days wouldn't make a difference. His foundation had to be solid. For a great master of martial art like him, combining powers was naturally a small matter. In just 2 days, he had perfectly combined the two powers. 2,200,000 kilograms. Ling Han was very satisfied with himself. This shouldn't be weaker than Hong Tian's step. However, it was said that Hong Tian's step had 2,000,000 kilograms of power in illuminating pulse tier, but was it a round number? Perhaps it was 2,100,000, or even 2,200,000. I shouldn't be arrogant and complacent. Ling Han was just about to break through to the blood transformation realm when he received another challenge from Hu Yang. He couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. Was this guy getting braver with each setback, or was he addicted to beating him up? This time, Hu Yang's challenge was very clear. In the battle between the two of them, they were not allowed to use any talisman weapons or talismans. He couldn't help but laugh. This Hu Yang was really shameless. Someone at the 5 changes of blood transformation actually wanted a fair battle in the meridian opening realm. Just how thick-skinned was he? Fine, I'll beat him into submission this time. Ling Han had Huanxue reply. Battle. However, the time was set for 3 days later. 3 days should be enough for him to reach the blood transformation realm. When the news spread, the academy was in an uproar. This Hu Yang was really thick-skinned. The first time he fled, the second time he was directly knocked down. Now that he had just recovered from his injuries, he wanted to challenge again. No matter who won or lost, Hu Yang's reputation would definitely be ruined. Of course, if he just endured it like this, then it would definitely be even worse. The Hu family gang might instantly disband. Who would be willing to follow such a cowardly boss? So, no matter how shameless people scolded him, Hu Yang had to fight with Ling Han again and obtain victory. If he were to lose for the 3rd time, he would lose all his face and everything else. Looking at Hu Yang's restrictions, everyone agreed that this time he definitely could not lose. Not being able to use talisman weapons or talisman weapons, then they could only rely on true battle power. It had to be said that both times Ling Han won, he had used tricks, and could even be said to be treacherous and two-faced. So, after learning his lesson, Hu Yang definitely would not repeat the same mistake. Ling Han ignored the opinions of the crowd. He focused on breaking through to the blood transformation realm. 3 days later, he would fairly defeat Hu Yang. He went into seclusion to break through to the blood transformation realm. In reality, he had already comprehended this long ago. It was just that deep in his heart, he had an obsession for perfection, so he had always stopped himself from taking this step. Now that his heart was no longer obstructed, he naturally succeeded. His body was undergoing a complete change. His meridians were widening, his cells were strengthening, and his bones were becoming stronger. The blood transformation realm was not just a change in the blood. That was just a sign, a characteristic. However, these changes had only been going on for a while before Ling Han felt a strong sense of weakness. The essence of his life was increasing, but without external replenishment, he could only burn his own life source. Naturally, this was a kind of great injury. Ling Han hurriedly took out the Phoenix King jade fruit he had prepared and ate one. Immediately, his body felt warm. His life source had been replenished, and he could continue to evolve without worrying about his life source being damaged or even exhausted. This time, he had accumulated a lot of experience, so his evolution was incomparably fast. There was no way around it. How many people only broke through after reaching the 2nd limit? This was equivalent to an ordinary 5th transformation. Evolving on such a foundation was naturally incomparably terrifying. It was not just his body. Ling Han discovered that his mystic energy had also become purer. If it was 100% in the past, now it had been suppressed to 10%, or even a little less. This gave him a strong feeling of powerlessness and emptiness. Because he could not absorb the mystic energy of heaven and earth, he could not stop to set up a nouveau riche formation. If he was powerless, then so be it. In any case, it did not harm his life source. An hour later, Ling Han felt that his life source was showing signs of being damaged again. He hurriedly ate another Phoenix King jade fruit. His evolution was both fierce and lasting. After another hour, he ate the 3rd Phoenix King jade fruit, and on the 4th hour, he ate another one. Ling Han could not help but grit his teeth. If he continued to evolve even after he ate the last Phoenix King jade fruit, what would he do? It would harm his life source. Even if he had peerless treasured medicine to heal it in the future, an injury was an injury. Perhaps it would cause a big problem later. Hopefully, it would not. However, 4 Phoenix King jade fruits were not enough. Ling Han had no choice but to eat a 5th one. The changes in his body continued to shake like a mountain, as if it had no intention of stopping. Ling Han wanted to cry. The longer it took to break through, the greater his potential. But without the treasured fruit to replenish his life source, this was a little like courting death. Half an hour later, the speed of evolution suddenly slowed down. It was finally going to stop. Ling Han let out a long sigh. He was really scared to death. Sure enough, after another 20 minutes, the evolution of this life source had almost completely stopped. If it could be said to be a violent storm before, then the rain had stopped now. Only the eaves were still dripping water. Another 7 minutes later, everything came to a halt. Ling Han opened his eyes. Shua, his gaze was like lightning, flashing across the room with a dazzling light. But he quickly recovered. Blood Transformation Realm. Chapter 3281. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Ling Han had a good night's sleep. When the sun rose, he seized the time to cultivate, quickly filling up his meridians. In the remaining time, he continued to raise the intrinsic quality of his life. His meridians were still expanding, but the vitality factor in his body was increasing. This was increasing the intrinsic quality of Ling Han's body, advancing towards a higher level. Let's go and beat up Hu Yang again. I'll completely convince him. Ling Han actually didn't have an overbearing personality, but he had never provoked Hu Yang. However, Hu Yang had come time and time again to step on him. Did Ling Han still need to be polite? Today, he definitely had to beat him up, beat him so hard that even his parents wouldn't be able to recognize him. Ling Han brought along the little maid, but to his surprise, Huan Xue's meridians had actually risen to 12. TSK, he had really underestimated this maid. She was pretty awesome. Work hard. Break through to the blood transformation realm as soon as possible. Ling Han smiled. Huan Xue nodded vigorously. Young Master had given her such good conditions. She definitely had to work hard and then help Young Master. She couldn't always let Young Master block in front of her, because she was the maid. She carried the little pink pig, and the two of them walked unhurriedly to the training grounds. This time, Hu Yang had finally learned his lesson. He had set a time for the final battle, so he didn't have to wait from morning to noon and be ignored by Ling Han for half a day. There were still many onlookers. It was a sea of people. Ling Han pushed through the crowd and walked in. He saw Hu Yang standing proudly like a javelin. Seeing Ling Han and Huan Xue walk over, Su Yuliang immediately revealed a look of hatred. Because of that bastard Ling Han, not only had Hu Yang's reputation plummeted, but the Hu family gang had also become a huge joke. Apart from a few hardcore supporters, who were the direct descendants of Hu Yunfeng and couldn't change sides, the other lackeys already had thoughts of finding other backers. This was all Ling Han's fault. Ling Han looked again. The academy's teacher this time was actually Tu Yun. This senior instructor's face was a little dark. He didn't want to come at all, but he was usually not very popular, so this time he was pushed forward again. Damn, the wounds on his body hadn't healed from the great battle with the Seal soldier last time. He glanced at Ling Han with some resentment in his eyes. Ling Han couldn't help but shiver. Why did Tu Yun's gaze resemble that of a resentful woman? In today's battle, you are not allowed to use any Dharma artifacts or Seal soldiers. Tu Yun said seriously. Then he looked at Ling Han and emphasized, you are not allowed to use any Seal soldiers. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. Your expression and tone are very hurtful, okay? I'm not deaf or stupid. I don't need you to say it twice. Tu Yun rambled on and on about the rules of the duel. It was basically the same as what he had said a few days ago. Then he said, let's begin. This time, Hu Yang was not in a hurry to make his move. He had suffered 2 consecutive losses at the hands of Ling Han. He must avenge this grudge. Therefore, he would not defeat Ling Han in one blow. He would slowly torment him. Ling Han, I have to admit that you are very courageous. You dare to agree to fight me, he said coolly. Ling Han grinned. You, a loser, no, a loser who has lost to me twice, still has the courage to challenge me. What reason do I have to refuse? No, 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 let me say those words. You, a person who has lost twice, still want to fall at the same place a third time. I admire your courage. This was a lie. Hu Yang's face instantly became as red as a pig's liver, and even turned black. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter, his knuckles cracking. He gritted his teeth and said, Ling Han, you shameless guy. The first time, you tricked me out of the chance to use my blood energy boil. The second time, you used a ultimate bone realm seal soldier to wound me. You still have the nerve to say this. Hearing this, the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of this guy was really quite pitiful. He had been tricked, and tricked. Logically, Ling Han was not an idiot. He specialized in tricking people. Would he obediently allow Hu Yang to take revenge this time? Impossible. Therefore, Ling Han definitely had already prepared a dirty move. Everyone was puzzled and expectant. Under the precondition that the rules had been set, what kind of dirty move would he use? This was the deepest impression that Ling Han had left in everyone's hearts. Tricking people. Ling Han smiled slightly. So, you want to be tricked a third time? Hu Yang panicked. Originally, he did not need to be afraid of a opening pulse junior sect brother, but he had been tricked twice by Ling Han. The second time, he had not even used a single move. How could he not have a shadow in his heart? Had Ling Han set a trap for him again? This boy was extremely cunning. How could he accept a challenge knowing that he would lose? Therefore, there had to be something fishy going on. Hu Yang and the majority of the people thought that Ling Han definitely had some dirty trick up his sleeve. Ling Han smiled slightly. If you still do not act, then I will not be polite. Hu Yang decided to use inaction to counterattack, and gain the upper hand by striking later. In any case, he definitely had the upper hand in terms of raw power, and it was an overwhelming advantage. As long as his mind was not in a mess, what could Ling Han do? Yes, that was it. Ling Han took a deep breath. Then, with a bang, he dashed out, exploding out at 1.3 times the speed of sound. Head on, head on. In the past, he had schemed in every possible way, but that was because he had no other choice. He was not as strong as his opponent. Head-on was an idiotic action that was seeking death. But now that he had enough strength, of course he would go head-on. Boom, he punched out. Previously, he had been fine when he did not circulate his power. Now that he circulated his secret power, a faint purple blood qi surged out of his body. It was as if his entire body was enveloped in a layer of purple mist. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but open their mouths. Then, they could not close them. Purple blood qi. First blood transformation. So it turned out that Ling Han had quietly advanced into the blood transformation realm. Hiss, a few days ago, he was only at the opening pulse realm. In just a few days, he had advanced into the blood transformation realm. What a monster. Who would not go into seclusion to advance into the blood transformation realm for a year or so? How could he succeed in just a few days? Before they had time to exclaim in surprise, Ling Han had already rushed in front of Hu Yang and punched out. In reality, Ling Han was also very displeased. Who the hell did you think you were? Just because you were a senior student and had strong strength, you came to bully us freshmen. Not only did you suffer a loss, you actually wanted to challenge me. Challenge, 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 I'll beat you to death. This punch was surrounded by a faint purple aura. Ling Han had already used the demon monkey fist. However, he did not use too much power to stack it. It was only 15 layers. Hu Yang similarly did not have time to be shocked. He could only counterattack with a claw. Otherwise, if he was hit by this punch, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. Peng, the two of them collided. Their fist and claw almost collided together. A terrifying force transformed into waves that could be seen by the naked eye, surging out continuously. Then, both of their figures shook, and they retreated at the same time. One retreated by half a step, while the other retreated by half a step. It could almost be said that they were evenly matched. Chapter 3282. Ling Han retreated a bit more. After all, his primordial strength was slightly inferior to Hu Yang's, but it was really just a slight difference. The crowd was silent at first, but in an instant, it exploded into a huge uproar. With just one punch, they were really shocked. Ling Han had entered the blood transformation realm, and had the power to face off against someone at the 5 transformations. One had to know that although Hu Yang had made a fool of himself, and his popularity and reputation had fallen to rock bottom, his strength could not be denied. He was a genius, and had once cultivated to 20 meridians in the illuminating pulse realm. But Ling Han was still at the first transformation, and yet he could match him. How could they believe it? Could it be that Ling Han's blood qi was already boiling? Impossible. Boiling blood qi had incomparably obvious characteristics, and Ling Han did not look like it. Damn it. Hu Yang himself was even more shocked. Only now did he know why Ling Han dared to accept the challenge a second time. This time, there was no scheme, no trap, just a head-on clash. The others also realized it, but they had a strong feeling of discomfort. Ling Han, who did not fight head-on, was so awkward. They could not accept it. After the shock, Hu Yang actually calmed down. The illuminating pulse realm had a limit. At most, one could reach the second limit, which was 1,000,000 kilograms of mystic power and 1,000,000 kilograms of physique. After entering the blood transformation realm, mystic power would greatly increase, so it was not strange that Ling Han had over 1,000,000 kilograms of primordial strength. The second limit. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Before this, only one person had reached it. Logically speaking, there definitely would not be a second Hong Tian steps. But now, he could not help but believe that another heaven-suppressing monster had appeared. But even if this kid had 1,500,000 kilograms of mystic power, after his blood qi boiled, he could only reach 4,000,000 kilograms of strength. Adding in physique, he could at most reach 5,000,000 kilograms. And him? 7,000,000 kilograms. This was still a crushing defeat. Hu Yang nodded. He had never expected to defeat Ling Han in his normal state. Then he would directly enter the battle of the strongest. He roared, his blood qi boiling. A crystal-like aura enveloped him, as if it was jumping. Come, he roared and attacked with the claw of destruction. Just the force alone was enough to tear apart steel. Ling Han snorted and also boiled his blood qi. His blood qi immediately circulated 10 times faster in his body, surging with an incomparably powerful force. He still used the demon monkey fist, facing Hu Yang's claw. Bam! The fist and palm collided again. This time, the fist blocked the claw. No way. Hu Yang's face was filled with disbelief. His calculations were very accurate. Ling Han's explosive power should be far inferior to his, but with this claw strike, Ling Han was not knocked down by him as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and his hand was not injured at all. How could this be? Putting aside the matter of strength, he had trained in the destruction claw for more than 20 years. Now, he couldn't even break through his opponent's skin. Not only Hu Yang, but everyone else was the same. They had clearly seen Hu Yang use blood qi boil, but why was it that not only was Ling Han not inferior, he was even able to match it? It was very simple. Ling Han had grasped his opponent's attack frequency. The rhythm of the 15 stacks of strength was incomparably ingenious, completely dispersing the power of Hu Yang's attack. This had been named by Ling Han as the frequency technique. As long as he could grasp the pulse of the frequency, he would be able to use the weak to defeat the strong. Of course, there was a limit to this strength. Hu Yang, I don't know you, but you first relied on your seniority to come to the new student area to trample on me. After I chased you away, you didn't care about bullying the weak and challenged me to a battle. I taught you a lesson, but you still haven't learned your lesson. Now, you're doing it again. Ling Han snorted. Another punch exploded out. Bang, Hu Yang blocked it. His face was somewhat pale. It wasn't because he had been injured, but rather because Ling Han's words had stabbed at his sore spot. You really are despicable. Do you really want me to beat you until I'm satisfied? Ling Han continuously punched out. Bang. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Bang. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Bang. With each sentence, Ling Han threw out a punch. Punch after punch, it was like a thunderbolt or a storm. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Having come to this foreign world, the Empress and the others could only stay in his body, and he didn't know when they would be able to come out. He already had a stomach full of anger, but Hu Yang just had to provoke him again and again. Good, now he had a place to vent his anger. Peng, 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 peng. Ling Han's attack speed became faster and faster. Even the majority of blood transformation cultivators could only see his fists flying through the air. It was as if the entire sky was filled with his fists. They couldn't help being shocked. How were they supposed to block such an attack? The more Hu Yang fought, the more panicked he became. He felt that his power had the upper hand, but his opponent's power was incomparably solid. It was as if his attack was a mountain of mud that was easily punched through by his opponent's stone fists. He was unable to cause the slightest bit of damage. He once again regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have restricted the use of magic tools and talisman soldiers. That was because he also had an ultimate bone tier talisman soldier that had been forged by his father. Was this a trap of his own making? When he had the upper hand in terms of power, he had been defeated by a single blow from Ling Han's talisman soldier. Good, now that he had restricted the use of talisman soldiers, Ling Han's power had risen. It was enough to match him, and even faintly showed signs of suppressing him. Why was he so tragic? Ling Han gave a long whistle, and continued to increase his battle prowess. If 15 stacks of power could not deal with him, then he would use 20 stacks. Ling Han suddenly increased his power. Peng, with a single strike, Hu Yang was instantly sent flying. He could only strike out with 15 stacks of power. Previously, he had just managed to fight to a draw with Ling Han. Now that Ling Han had increased his power, he naturally was no match for him. Peng Ling Han took advantage of his victory to pursue his attack, and once again punched out. Hu Yang barely managed to parry it, but he was once again sent flying by this punch. Feels good, right? Ling Han shot forward like an arrow, practically exploding out at twice the speed of sound. Anyone who saw it would stare in awe. Twice the speed of sound. That was a speed that only someone in the ultimate bone realm could reach. But someone who had just entered the blood transformation realm was able to do so. It had to be known that the majority of people in the blood transformation realm would only be able to reach the speed of sound at the third transformation. The main reason was that their physical bodies were unable to bear it, and once they reached the speed of sound, their bodies would first collapse. Peng 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 Hu Yang became a punching bag, being bombarded by Ling Han as much as he wanted. He had dissolved the majority of Ling Han's attacks, but there was still some left over that landed on his body, causing him pain. If this continued for a long time, he might even be heavily injured and die. Everyone could see that although Hu Yang was still barely holding on, he had already been defeated. It was just that he hadn't admitted it yet. This time, no one doubted Ling Han's strength any longer. This fellow was not only shameless and had set traps for others, his true strength was also heaven-defying. Ling Han won battle to restore his reputation. But Hu Yang was miserable. He had been defeated 3 times by Ling Han. Whether it was in intelligence or strength, he had been completely suppressed. He was fated to become a huge joke. Stop, said Tu Yun. he couldn't continue watching. This was no longer a decisive battle, but a one-sided beating. Everyone looked at Ling Han with incomparably complicated gazes. A new star had already been born, and it could not be suppressed. Chapter 3284. Students who see repeated chapters, please delete the book from the shelf, including the local cache. Make sure to tick it, and then add another bookshelf. That's all. In order to make it up to everyone, there will be one more chapter today. 4 chapters in the morning, and 3 chapters in the afternoon. Ling Han became famous after one battle. Indeed, he had been famous before. He had defeated Hu Yang twice, but there had been factors other than his strength. Naturally, he could not convince the public. But this time, it was completely different. Ling Han had defeated Hu Yang directly, without a trace of exaggeration. This world worshipped the strong, and although Ling Han could not be called a strong person now, he was already showing signs of being one. A considerable number of people were analyzing Ling Han's abilities, researching why he could be so strong, but from the perspective of power, no matter how they thought about it, they could not come up with a reasonable explanation that Ling Han could rival Hu Yang. In the end, everyone concluded that Ling Han must have mastered a powerful martial technique that made up for the difference in strength. Because Ling Han had come from Crouching Tiger City, and Crouching Tiger City had now disappeared, a considerable number of forces had the intention of recruiting him, and offered all kinds of conditions. Some used money, some tempted him with techniques, martial techniques, and some directly sent beautiful women. Naturally, none of them could move Ling Han. He did not lack money, and he had no interest in beautiful women. As for techniques, how many people could offer better than Monkey Kings? Martial techniques could be used for reference, but he would have to sell his body to exchange for them. Hee. Ling Han returned to his residence, not planning to see anyone. Since he had entered the blood transformation realm, he needed blood transformation pills and cultivation formations. He also had to prepare more precious fruits that could replenish qi and blood. Otherwise, when he reached the peak of the first transformation realm, he would not be able to advance due to lack of supplements. That night, just as Ling Han was about to concoct pills, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. He hurriedly turned around, only to see a figure sitting in the shadows. Hee, kid, your senses are getting more and more sensitive, the figure said with a smile. Ling Han's eyesight had improved a lot, and his pupils quickly adapted to the darkness. He could vaguely see that it was a short old man. His pupils immediately contracted. This little old man was the one who had fed him the poison. Kid, I've really underestimated you. The old man laughed. In such a short amount of time, you've already reached the blood transformation realm and even defeated that brat from the Hu family. Ling Han carefully observed this old man, but he still gave off an unfathomable feeling. He was definitely an ultimate bone stage powerhouse. He believed that if he were to unleash his full strength, he would be able to match the first level of the extreme bone realm. However, he would only be able to do so for a short 10 minutes. Once the blood qi boil ended, he would definitely be killed by the extreme bone realm. This little old man was definitely not the first of the extreme bones. Soldier raising leaf Ling Han shook his head in his heart. Even though he had 3 meridians of leaves, the 3rd meridian had only just been formed. It was still quite a distance away from complete mastery. He could only unleash the power of the 1st or 2nd level of the extreme bone realm, but it still wouldn't be enough to threaten this old man. Kid, are you planning on using the armament nourishing leaf to deal with me? Asked the old man with a smile. This old man knows I have the weapon nurturing leaf. As expected, this matter couldn't be hidden. It was just that the academy didn't settle the score with him, which meant that they had acknowledged his strength and luck. The question was, how did the little old man know? What did he have to do with the academy? Thoughts flashed through Ling Han's mind, but a smile appeared on his face. He said calmly, even if I used it, I wouldn't be able to hurt you. Huh, kid, you're getting more and more likable, said the little old man with a smile. He pointed at Ling Han and said, I spared your life back then because I saw that you had some attainments in the Tao of alchemy. I didn't expect that your talent in martial art would be even more shocking. He nodded and said, it looks like my decision back then was very correct. You just have to work hard in your cultivation, and I'll fight for the missions for you. Complete them well, and you'll slowly gain my trust. In the future, you'll have the chance to take part in promoting and laying the foundations for the world. Ling Han laughed coldly in his heart. Using poison to control others, and still wanting to work for him? This was the imperial capital, where all the resources in the world were gathered. As long as he had enough money, he would definitely be able to find the remaining few medicinal ingredients and concoct the antidote for the soul-separating pill. Senior, can you tell me your name? He asked. The little old man hesitated for a moment before saying, my surname is Cheng. As for my name, I've already forgotten. He turned around and leaped out of the window, instantly disappearing into the moonlight. Ling Han thought to himself. He could also move at twice the speed of sound. If they really fell out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape from the hands of an ultimate bone realm expert. However, it would be a dream for him to win the battle now. However, once I reach the third transformation, or even the second transformation, I should have the qualifications to truly match the first level of the ultimate bone realm. Ling Han thought to himself. Old man Cheng's appearance gave him a wake-up call, reminding him that there was still a rope around his neck that could strangle him to death at any time. This kind of feeling made Ling Han extremely unhappy. Hence, his first step was to earn money. Only with a lot of money would he be able to buy the medicinal ingredients he needed to concoct the antidote. However, before he could start concocting the pills, someone else came. This time, the other party didn't barge in unannounced. Instead, they asked to see him through Huanxue. It was Butler Mu. If it was anyone else, Ling Han wouldn't be in the mood to meet them. However, since it was Butler Mu, he still had to give him some face. Ling Han, you're really amazing. Butler Mu had long since recovered from his injuries. His face was full of emotion. After defeating Hu Yang, I'm guessing that anyone with a bit of power has heard of your name. Ling Han sighed in his heart. That's right, this old man whose surname wasn't Sheng had already come. He smiled and said, is Miss Feng doing well now? Miss is doing very well now. Butler Mu revealed a smile, like a kind father, full of comfort. Ling Han shook his head in his heart. This Butler Mu had really fallen for her completely, treating Feng Ruoxian like his own daughter. Whatever, this was someone else's choice. As long as you're happy. Although His Majesty the Saint Emperor has yet to come out of seclusion, Miss is the representative of Hidden Tiger City. Her significance is extraordinary, and she will definitely be favored by the Saint Emperor in the future. Butler Mu continued, but his expression suddenly darkened. Miss is very close to the princes. In his opinion, Feng Ruoxian shouldn't have married into the imperial family. Although she could obtain a great position, she wouldn't be able to obtain happiness. Moreover, the imperial family was fighting for the throne. In the future, once the Saint Emperor passed away, no matter which prince ascended the throne, there would definitely be a big settlement. Therefore, it was better to marry into an ordinary family. Although it would be ordinary, it would be safe. Ling Han didn't interrupt. He and Feng Ruoxian didn't have much of a relationship. What she decided was her business. This time, I came. Butler Mu wanted to say something, but stopped. He paused for a moment before saying, Miss has just arrived in the capital, and is unfamiliar with the people and the place. She also doesn't have anyone she can use. Therefore, I'd like to ask for your help. Ling Han was surprised. Help? It sounded nice, but didn't she actually want to take him in as a servant? With Ling Han's current reputation, if Feng Ruoxian could take him in as a servant, then her status in the capital would suddenly rise by a large amount. However, where did Feng Ruoxian get the confidence to want him as a servant? Her skin is too thick, IOU. Chapter 3285. Ling Han did not owe Feng Ruoxian anything at all. On the contrary, he had saved her once. Otherwise, she might have already gone to help who can reproduce. Fine, it's fine if you're not grateful. Seeing that Feng Zixing had died for the city, Ling Han did not want to make a fuss about it. But now, she actually wanted to take him as a slave. This was intolerable to Ling Han. Even if you're the young miss of Hidden Tiger City, you don't have this right. You're an ingrate. Housekeeper Mu saw the change in his expression and hurriedly advised, Ling Han, the young miss needs help right now. Please help her for my sake. Ling Han shook his head and said, Housekeeper Mu, this request is too much. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Housekeeper Mu had actually guessed that Ling Han would not agree. Which peerless genius would be willing to be someone's servant? It was just that he had been entrusted by Feng Ruoxian and had no choice but to make this trip. Ling Han, if you have any conditions, you can state them. I will do my best to satisfy you, he said. Ling Han shook his head, this is a matter of principle. Housekeeper Mu sighed and said, fine, pretend I never said anything about this. He quickly took his leave. Actually, Feng Ruoxian wanted him to first use peaceful means before resorting to force. If Ling Han was easy to talk to, then he would talk nicely. If Ling Han was unwilling to listen, then he would directly threaten him. Feng Ruoxian could say these words, but Housekeeper Mu could not do it. His life was saved by Ling Han. How could he accept kindness with enmity? To be honest, he really felt that he did not know Feng Ruoxian anymore. He had watched this child grow up. How did she become like this? But he did not know that although Feng Ruoxian looked bright and beautiful and had a halo around her, how long could the good fortune of a dead person last? When the matter of Hidden Tiger City came to an end and no one mentioned it again, what would she, Feng Ruoxian, amount to? She would only be a plaything even if she had beauty. So, Feng Ruoxian wanted to find a way to raise her strength, and walked on this crooked path. Ling Han sent Steward Mu off and shook his head. He had already blacklisted Feng Ruoxian. Otherwise, with his protective personality, as long as Feng Ruoxian had any difficulties since they both came from Crouching Tiger City, he would definitely not hesitate to help her. Now that Feng Ruoxian had come, it was equivalent to closing this door. Ling Han stopped thinking about this matter. There was no need to waste time on this kind of rich young lady who didn't know what was good for her. However, this was bound to be a busy night. There was a third guest that he couldn't refuse. Niu Huaqing, the owner of an array formation shop, the uncle master of Gu Tianhe of the Array Formation Association in Hidden Tiger City. His title was rather long and scary. Ling Han was indebted to this person, so Ling Han naturally wouldn't ignore him. However, Ling Han was not at all restrained towards him. He smiled and said, Old man Niu, you've escaped death. Niu Huaqing snorted and said, It's just a small beast tide. What can it do to me? Blow. Ling Han said in his heart. If Niu Huaqing could really ignore the beast tide, why would the Array Formation Association be completely annihilated? Oh wait, there was still Yan Jun who had escaped and he hadn't been dealt with yet. He didn't rub salt on the wound and smiled. Are you planning to open another array shop in the capital? Niu Huaqing revealed a complicated expression and said, I originally thought that I would never return here in this lifetime. He paused for a moment. Seeing that Ling Han didn't reply, he couldn't help but feel annoyed and said, Why don't you ask me why I won't return here? Ling Han gave an oh and said, If you are willing to tell me, there is naturally no need for me to ask. If you are not willing to tell me, I will only make you sad if I ask. So, it is better not to ask. Damn, why does this brat not look like a 20-year-old youth at all? Niu Huaqing sighed and said, Back then, I was also a person who stirred up a storm in the capital and was known as an array genius. I entered the Tao through arrays. Although I was only at the extreme bone realm, I could fight against those at the engravement realm. Because of this, I was very arrogant when I was young and looked down on everyone. Ling Han interrupted, "You are also like this now." The corner of Niu Huaqing's mouth twitched. He had the urge to hit someone, but he suppressed it. Later, I fell in love with a woman and started to pursue her. However, there was still someone competing with me at that time. He closed his eyes and seemed to be reminiscing. After a while, he said, "In the end, I arranged a battle with that person. The loser would automatically withdraw. In the end, I lost." Didn't you say that you could even fight against those at the engravement realm with arrays? Ling Han painfully poked at his scars. Niu Huaqing sighed and said, "That guy was a freak. His physique was shocking and naturally restrained me." Ling Han's heart stirred and he said, "The Vajra general. If one had to say that his physique was the most tyrannical and was at the engravement realm, then only the Vajra general would fit that description." Niu Huaqing glanced at Ling Han and nodded. "It's that bastard. I don't know how he cultivates, but his body is even harder than iron. No matter what methods I used, he just charged over without any care. There was no technique involved at all." When he said that, he was clearly indignant. In his eyes, the Vajra general's formation-breaking methods were incomparably crude and shameless. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. Formation masters were indeed afraid of this kind of high defense. They could only trap it, but if they couldn't trap it, then they could only watch helplessly as their opponent crushed them. Not only did I lose this battle, but I was also heavily injured, leaving behind a wound that can never be healed. Niu Huaqing continued, "That's why my current combat strength is only at the blood transformation realm. My spiritual force has been severely depleted, and I can barely activate a middle rank formation." "So that's how it was." Ling Han nodded. "Otherwise, if this old man still had the strength of an engravement realm, he wouldn't have been able to escape alone. I've always been unwilling." Niu Huaqing clenched his fists. "Could it be that you still want to snatch back the person you love?" Ling Han looked at Niu Huaqing in shock. "How old were you? You should be in your 70s or 80s, or even 100 years old." Niu Huaqing glared at him. "I'm unwilling to lose to that iron lump. Do you think the Grand Formation Dao can't do anything to someone who's only trained in martial arts?" Ling Han patted Niu Huaqing's shoulder and smiled. "Old Niu, I almost misunderstood you." "You already misunderstood." Niu Huaqing was speechless. Talking to this brat really required good self-restraint, or he would want to kill him at any moment. "Brat, I need you to do something for me," said Niu Huaqing. "You really are impolite." Ling Han smiled. "Tell me, as long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to help. I want you to participate in the Formation Dao competition at the beginning of the year and obtain first place. Use that as an opportunity to enter the Formation Dao Association and become the strongest formation master. In the future, you can defeat that iron lump and prove the Formation Dao's name." Ling Han smiled. "Old Niu, even you weren't able to defeat the Vajra general back then. What makes you think I can?" "Because back then it was just me. Now with my wisdom and experience, as well as your talent, you'll definitely win," said Niu Huaqing with absolute certainty. Cell phone reading is refreshing. Chapter 3286. Ling Han didn't think it was reliable, but he didn't want to shatter the other party's confidence because he firmly believed that his strength would surpass the Guardian General one day. If his thoughts were known by others, they would definitely say that he was delusional. Although the Guardian General wasn't the strongest in the engravement realm, he had never tasted defeat. This was because no one could break through his defense. However, Ling Han didn't think so. If the Guardian General's defense was invincible, he wouldn't have succumbed to the current emperor. Therefore, there was no such thing as an invincible defense. It was just a matter of whether one's attack power was high enough. "All right." Ling Han nodded. He was quite interested in array formations anyway. Niu Huaqing was a little excited. He rubbed his hands and said, "From today onwards, this old man will give you special training. One day, you will use the array formations that this old man has researched to beat that iron lump to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. Ling Han couldn't bear to spoil his fun, so he nodded and smiled. I want to take you as my master. Niu Huaqing shook his head. You're a monster, and your future is limitless. This old man can only give you a few temporary pointers on array formations. There's no need for you to take me as your master, lest the future generations say that this old man is shameless. Ling Han only smiled. His respect for Niu Huaqing was more of a kind of friendship despite the difference in age. Moreover, in this world, whether it's martial art, array Dao, or alchemy Dao, they're all in the early stages. We've only glimpsed the edge of the great Dao. Who is qualified to be called a master? Niu Huaqing said with great emotion. Ling Han was surprised. He didn't expect Niu Huaqing to have this kind of understanding. Old man Niu, why do you think so? Niu Huaqing thought about it and said, this old man once entered a historical site when he was young. It could be said to be magical. I clearly entered from the wilderness, but after I passed through a door, I found myself in a vast swamp. That was definitely not an illusion. He emphasized. It was spatial technology. A door is equivalent to a spatial wormhole. It's incomparably magical. His face was full of excitement. This kind of technology is something that even an array grandmaster like me can't understand at all. It seems like the world we have touched is just the tip of the iceberg. Ling Han's interest was piqued as well, and he said, the Vajra General and the others have been in the engravement realm for at least 60 to 70 years, and we are only in the early stages of a great era. Why haven't the Vajra General and the others taken another step forward? This was very unreasonable. Those who could stand out now must be geniuses in martial art, so why was it that they were still progressing so slowly in the early stages of martial art? Good question. Niu Huaqing nodded, revealing a hint of admiration. I've also researched this question. Around 90 years ago, Iron Lump and the others had already stepped into the engravement realm. But after all these years, they've only reached 5 veins at most. Why? According to this old man's speculation, it's because of the environment. Oh. Ling Han's eyes lit up. Please elaborate. We'll have to start from 120 years ago. Niu Huaqing cleared his throat. Before this point in time, there had never been a single cultivator on Heavenly Ocean Planet. But in fact, some cultivation techniques and even arrays had already been passed down. Ling Han was surprised. There had been cultivation techniques passed down, and there had been arrays in the world, but no one had mastered them. Wasn't this strange? However, after the time node, beasts began to rapidly evolve, and so did humans, Niu Huaqing said solemnly. So, this old man speculated that this was because the environment of the world had changed. If you want to cultivate, you have to sense the power of heaven and earth, right? But in the past, this didn't exist at all, so how could you sense it and cultivate? It's the same with arrays. You need to borrow the power of heaven and earth, but there is no power to borrow. The array base is just a few broken stones and broken iron rods. This explanation was very reasonable. Just like in the Yuan world, there were only cultivation techniques, but there was no spiritual power, so how could one cultivate? Ling Han drew inferences and said, Old man, what you mean is that although we are still at the beginning of the myriad Daos, because the changes in the environment of the world have not caught up, the emergence of higher-level martial artists is limited, and the number of high-level martial artists is also very small. That's right. Niu Huaqing nodded, full of admiration. It was comfortable to talk to smart people, because they could understand with a hint, and Ling Han could draw inferences, which made it even more pleasant. So, this is your chance to catch up quickly. The old man said, Iron Lump and the others have nowhere to go, so it's equivalent to waiting for you in place. Ling Han nodded, then smiled and said, I'm afraid that when I reach their level, the environment of the world will still not change, and that will be depressing. The path of martial art was clearly very long, but it was limited by the environment of the world and could not move forward. Just thinking about it made people feel depressed. It won't. Niu Huaqing shook his head. Since the world has already recovered, then this process cannot stop. It is only a temporary pause now, like the calm before a storm, but once it starts again, it will definitely be incomparably fierce. So, now is the best time to catch up. Indeed. Ling Han agreed. At this time, if he could not catch up quickly, it would be like when he first entered the celestial realm. Any random person would be much stronger than him, and the time needed to reach the 9 heavens would be calculated in hundreds of millions of years. So, now, every minute and every second was incomparably precious. If he was not careful, he would fall behind. When the environment of the world changed again, and a great era rolled in, then the people behind would be left further and further behind. That's right, old man, how did you come in? Ling Han was surprised. Entering the academy required fingerprints. Niu Huaqing sneered, and with a look of disdain, he said, "This academy's formation was set up by this old man." Oh, no wonder. The old man could completely not take the normal path, and the defensive formation would not even be activated, so it would be like walking on flat ground. "Come, kid, this old man will teach you formations," said Niu Huaqing. Originally, he did not intend to personally teach Ling Han formations, but wanted to let Ling Han first mix around in the Hidden Tiger City's Formation Association for a period of time. Only when he became a mid-level or even a high-level formation master would he personally teach him. But who would have thought that Hidden Tiger City would actually encounter such a catastrophe? There were many things that Ling Han had to focus on, but since Niu Huaqing was so excited, Ling Han did not want to disappoint him. Anyway, it did not matter what he learned, so he would first learn formations for a few days. Niu Huaqing was a genius in formations, but being a genius did not mean that he was a qualified teacher. He did not care whether Ling Han understood or not, and simply explained all his understanding of formations to Ling Han, so that Ling Han could remember it by heart and then put it into practice. If there was anything he did not understand, Ling Han could ask him. Fortunately, Ling Han was really monstrous. How many years had he stayed in the Divine Stone? Martial art, Pill Dao, Formation Dao, which one was he not proficient in? So, all he needed to do was to absorb knowledge. After opening a door, he would be able to grow quickly, and at an astonishing speed. Chapter 3288. Ling Han nodded. To be more precise, it's an 11-fold increase in effect. Xianyuan Dinghua felt his scalp turn numb. What did that mean? A martial artist's secret energy was stored in their meridians. Meridians were only so wide, and the amount they could store was naturally effective. But once it was used up, it was gone. So martial artists would run into a very awkward problem as they fought. Their strength would suddenly disappear, and even if they had the upper hand, they would instantly lose the advantage. Losing or even dying was very normal. At that time, the qi returning pill would come in handy. It was equivalent to prolonging one's life. Although there was no limit to how many qi returning pills one could consume, there was a problem with the conversion rate. Even if you ate 1 or 10 at the same time, the amount that could be converted into secret energy was basically the same. So if this 11-fold increase in effect was taken out, blood transformation experts would fight to the death over it. Ling Han, do you still have more of these qi returning pills? Asked Xianyuan Dinghua. He could smell the immense value within them. Ling Han nodded. I still have a few. Can you sell them to me? Asked Xianyuan Dinghua expectantly. Ling Han smiled slightly. I won't sell them, but we can work together to do business. How? Asked Xianyuan Dinghua. I have 10 improved versions of return qi pills here. You can take them to the auction and hire an alchemist to concoct improved versions of return qi pills at the same time. When it becomes a hit, we'll set up a limited sale or something like that, Ling Han said, smiling. Xianyuan Dinghua was startled. You mean you'll take out the pill formula? This was even more shocking than Ling Han possessing an improved qi returning pill. Who wouldn't hide a pill formula? As a secret technique of their sect, who would take it out for others to learn? Ling Han didn't care at all. The Grand Tao had just begun to flourish, and the qi returning pill was only worth a bit of money now. In the future, no one would care about it. Therefore, he naturally had to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Aside from the qi returning pill, there were also the secret power pill and the pulse probing pill, which he had improved. He had originally given them to Mo Guahao, but Mo Guahao had hung them up in Hidden Tiger City. You really have to be willing. Xianyuan Dinggua's eyes lit up. To him, selling an improved version of the qi recovery pill wasn't just a matter of making money. It would also increase his standing with the Grand Marshal Xianyuan, and perhaps even gain the favor of the Sage Emperor. The significance of this was completely different. Ling Han nodded and said, "If you're not willing, then why should I say so much to you?" Ha ha, good. Xianyuan Dinggua was overjoyed. He had only come to see Ling Han to show his respect. He hadn't expected to reap such unexpected rewards. Then how should we split it? He looked at Ling Han. In this matter, Ling Han was the leader. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Not only will I provide the method to refine the qi replenishing pill, I will also provide the secret power pill and the meridian probing pill, which are all improved versions. You can send someone to test their effects. As for the split, how about half and half?" He would only provide 3 pill recipes and take half of the profits. That wasn't a low ratio. Xianyuan Dinggua thought about it and immediately nodded. All right. If it was anyone else, in any other business, wouldn't it be a joke if they didn't put in a bit of effort and took half of the profits? But this was different. Aside from making money, there was also a greater political significance. So even if he didn't make a single cent, Xianyuan Dinggua was actually willing to do it. Moreover, the improved qi recovery pill would definitely dominate the pill market. It would sell for several times the original price, and even a tenth of the profit would be a considerable amount. Thinking of this, the last bit of unwillingness in Xianyuan Dinggua's heart dissipated. Money, fame, and prestige. This was practically a gold ingot that had fallen from the sky. Ling Han directly handed the 3 pill recipes to Xianyuan Dinggua. Don't doubt the people you use, and don't use the people you doubt. This was his principle. Xianyuan Dinggua naturally had a higher opinion of Ling Han. This young man really knew how to conduct himself. Such trust made him a little excited, and he wanted to dig his heart out with Ling Han. "Ling Han, there's a place I'm not sure if you're interested in going," he suddenly said, deciding to return the favor. "Oh, what place?" Ling Han asked, a strange expression on his face. This guy couldn't be thinking of inviting him to a brothel to celebrate, could he? "A catacomb that was discovered not long ago," Xianyuan Dinggua said. "Relics of the previous civilization?" Ling Han asked. "Probably not." Xianyuan Dinggua shook his head. "There are 3 levels to the catacomb, and a large number of purple wasps live there." Ling Han had never heard of purple wasps. Xianyuan Dinggua laughed and said, "The purple wasps are a type of demonic beast. At most, they are at the blood transformation realm, but because they live in groups, their numbers are enormous. Let alone the bone pinnacle realm, even the engravement realm would have a headache. However, the honey brewed by the purple wasps is an incomparably precious material for body tempering." Xianyuan Dinggua continued, "We've sent a mini drone into the catacomb to investigate. There's a lot of honey inside, a lot. Furthermore, there's a vermilion fruit on the 3rd level of the catacomb. According to our estimations, it's at least 1,000 years old." Ling Han was delighted. The vermilion fruit was a miraculous medicine that could strengthen one's life force. If he wanted to break through to the 2nd transformation, the vermilion fruit would be a timely help. "What's the result?" he asked. Xianyuan Dinggua nodded. "If you break through to the 2nd transformation in the future, the 1,000-year vermilion fruit will be of great use." "All right." Ling Han immediately agreed, then asked, "When do we leave?" Xianyuan Dingwa could not help but laugh. "Why are you even more anxious than me?" He did not keep Ling Han in suspense. "We'll leave in 10 days. We need to be fully prepared." There were millions of purple wasps in the catacomb, and they were at least at the illuminating pulse realm. There were also quite a number at the blood transformation realm, and their venom was fatal. Thus, even an engravement realm cultivator would be in trouble if he entered. The only one who could force his way through was the Vajra general. His physique was incomparably strong, and no matter how many attacks came, it would be like a light breeze. However, the Vajra general was guarding the borders, so how could he leave everything behind just to get some honey? Thus, a few blood transformation realm cultivators had to be fully prepared before entering the catacomb. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. Ling Han was not afraid. He had the spirit-nurturing gourd. At most, he could hide inside. He believed that the purple wasps were not intelligent enough to discover the secrets of the spirit-nurturing gourd. Of course, he would not reveal the secret of the spirit-nurturing gourd. Just its spatial attribute alone made it incomparably valuable, not to mention its ability to nurture one's consciousness. Let's wait. Taking advantage of these few days, Ling Han actively refined pills. These were not for sale, and he would only use them for himself. He calculated the time. There was still a month before he passed the test. Thus, he would return from the catacomb and get certified as an array master. It would be just in time for him to participate in the array Dao competition. In just 7 days, the auction for the improved Qi returning pill began. An ordinary Qi returning pill was sold for 10,000 Xianbei coins, which was already very expensive. After all, it was a consumable item. However, the highest price for the improved Qi returning pill was 230,000, and the lowest was 200,000. After Ling Han found out, he smiled slightly. He could happily earn money again. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.